Hello, stream 218. So this might be a very interesting or very boring stream. I'm not sure yet because there's a problem I want to solve for the front end of my game, and I'm not exactly sure the right way to do it. And one guess is to overlap the phaser stage with the rest of the DOM. So right now, phaser stage is all constrained within this red square or rectangle. And there are certain user interface panels, such as the tileset editor I was working on the last couple of days, where some of the same game graphics are being drawn as are drawn in the phaser stage, but because they're not in the phaser stage, I'm having to draw them a different way, and for example, they don't support the animations that I just added yesterday. Post-stream yesterday, I figured out how to do the scroll effect I wanted to do. You can see now the water is gently rolling down the screen, in addition to the other animations I did here for the NPCs, where these are discrete tiles that go flip-flop back and forth. You can kind of see this guy waving his sword at us. So these animations, either the scroll effect or just the discrete tiles, don't show up in the DOM. And I could go down the path of having a whole new, other DOM-based animation system just for this, or I could try to get the phaser stage to draw this as well. The other reason why I wanted to see if I can use phaser to draw all of this, not only to have only one code base that does all the graphics, but also there are certain things with the game inventory that I think I'm going to want to do that will be really hard to do unless I have phaser available. So let me show you right now the game inventory looks like this. And my inventory is full. Let me drop some swords here. Let's drop the second one and the fourth one. So you can see that these sword items that I've just dropped into the world, they came from my inventory. So this is a classical inventory equipment slots, where the item, if you have one in the slot, shows up as an icon, just like it would in game. And again, this is being drawn in a different way from the way it's drawn in phaser. And if I wanted phaser to draw the swords here, I would need to extend the stage. So why not just keep this DOM way of drawing it? Well, I want to do things like clicking and dragging the items to move them around in the inventory slots. Or it might be that if you're interacting with a container, the container's inventory might show up below or above or something. You might want to drag between the inventory and the container. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? Yeah, so right now, I'm not exactly sure how to do stuff like clicking and dragging images without doing a whole bunch of custom JavaScript, and it would be completely different than what I'm doing in phaser. So I was thinking, if I could get the phaser stage to extend behind the DOM and then have phaser draw these icons, that would be cool. I'm doing okay, Toulouse. How are you doing? Thanks for asking, by the way. So yeah, the goal for today, I think, is going to be extend the phaser stage to be behind the DOM, and then have phaser draw these little swords instead of having it drawn a custom way in the DOM. That would be cool if I could do that. So, extending the phaser stage to cover the window, placing a fixed size. Yeah, so when we extend to cover the whole window, I think what I'm going to do to make that happen is to do absolute positioning. So then in order to have this original space not be covered by the rest of the DOM, I think I need to have an empty div to reserve that space. And I could actually also have it draw the red rectangle, I suppose. And yeah, figure out how to find where certain elements are placed. So for example, these inventory slots, if I knew where they were placed relative to the stage, I would have the stage be able to draw those icons at the correct place. Yeah, so if I get that working, then I can move that inventory rendering to phaser. And then the last thing that would be absolutely necessary is, since these are drawn by phaser, if I could have the interaction also be handled by phaser, like clicking. Right now, if you right-click an item, you drop it. If I could have phaser handle that, that would be, I think, great. Otherwise, actually, this is sort of an optional thing, because if that doesn't work, I can still capture it in the DOM and do the game messages in the DOM and in React, and just let phaser handle just the drawing. Although it would be kind of complicated to do dragging items unless phaser was involved. I guess technically we could still do it, but there'd have to be communication between React and the phaser stage to do that. And right now there isn't much of that. So, all right, so let me see if I can extend the phaser stage to cover the whole window. So let's see, how do I set that up? The playing panel, I think. Playing activity. And let's see, how did I do this? Okay, here, this div was for the phaser stage. So, what if I just see what happens right now? I'm mostly experimenting today because I'm not sure exactly how I want to do these things. This doesn't actually need to be a flex container, does it? Oh, wait a minute. No, this is... No, okay, that is the stage. Yeah, why did it have that? I don't even think that flex is needed. Yeah, I didn't do anything. I turned it off. Okay. Let me look at the elements here. That's the stage. Oh, because it actually needed one level up in the playing. So this one, this is just the left-hand panel. That's not good enough. I need to move. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is this. I'll push that up there. And let's rename this a little bit. Placeholder. I still wanted to be there to draw the border or to reserve the space. Actually, do I want... Let's put stage here. No. World was... Okay. Yeah, world was the stage. Placeholder. Now, where do I set... Is it the canvas that's where the width, the height is set? So here I would need to do it manually. Okay, let's do this position absolute. And width 100%, height 100%. What does that do? And then let me inspect that. Okay. Oh, okay, I had told phaser to restrict the width and the height. I might need to turn that off. 608. Where do we... Is that calculated? Stage... It must be calculated with this thing. Yeah, there we go. What happens if I turn those off? Okay, so it's covering a lot more. It's just some default size. Why is it 1024? Oh, that must be some kind of default. Okay, and then there's an overflow issue now. Okay, let's put that back in for a second. This is covering... Oh, the tab is up here. That's what happened. How did that get up there? Oh, this placeholder's height is not set right. Okay. So that 100%... Oh, no, I didn't even set it here. That's why. Okay, width, 608 pixels, height, 480 pixels. Okay, almost there. It's off by 2 pixels. So I can fix that, right? I can fix it. I can make it better, stronger, faster. It was like relative, and then top 2 pixels, left 2 pixels, like that. Okay, that didn't quite work. It's taking up space. I guess I do have to do absolute. And I have to account for the margin, so how much was the margin? I don't remember where I put the margin. Let's see. Okay, it's app viewport that has the margin. So that would be an app. App. 10 pixels, okay. 12 pixels. Will the new chat overlay have the feature to make the chat fade out after a while? Yeah, Chris said he'd add it. I kind of like the idea of maybe having it not fade, but yeah, we'll have the option as soon as Chris adds it. Okay, cool. So we're back in alignment, and it's in a separate area of the DOM tree now. So it's sitting, that's the placeholder for it, but the actual phaser stage is up here. So I can make it wider if I want. So let me play with that a little bit. Let's add like 50 pixels in each direction. Actually, let's just add 50 pixels to the width. Because I wanted to not paint over the DOM. So I think that there's a trick here with Z order. Hey there, Mr. Sir. So yeah, that's what Toulouse helps out with whenever possible. He's always reminding and helping out. We should give him a point, shouldn't we? I think so. All right. I'm totally guessing, and I'm a novice at this stuff. So my apologies for being dumb. But I think what I want to do is change the Z order of this. Z index. Let me try a negative number. I'm guessing the default is 0. Ooh, that did it. Look at that. We're underneath. We're in. But it's black, so what would be cool is if I could have phaser or have the default color be transparent. I'm not sure how to do that. Gotta be a way, right? Oh, I might have to search for it though. Phaser transparent background. Background canvas transparent. Someone asked the question. Don't think you can set a transparent background for the stage. Try changing phaser stage according to the window background using game stage background color. You can absolutely set the background color transparent. 6th argument of game constructor is a boolean determines if the background is transparent. Okay. It's funny how someone says, and that link doesn't even work. I bet it's because it's old. So let's look up the game constructor in the APIs. Learn. API docs. That would be the game. Constructor. Okay, it's now a optional structure. Transparent. Okay, so I just need to say transparent true. I could have guessed that. They were getting somewhere. So now the stage, which is really here. Wait a minute, is it really that wide? Wow, okay. Okay then. So I should be able to draw anywhere there. How come? Oh, the canvas itself is not as wide. Ah, I see. What I really wanted was the canvas to be as large as, whoops. Oops. All my windows are now hidden. I hate it when I do that by accident. I gotta unhide all my windows. Come on, Windows. You can all come back now. Mean old Windows is gone. What am I also missing? My chat screen. Be nice to know if there's a way to disable that feature of Windows. This one? Yeah. I just wanted to see how far that extended. Okay, extends all the way off the right edge. Oh, and that's why we're getting overflow. Right, so I can't do 100. It's this one, right? I can't do 100%, but you have to have a left and top offset. Actually, what I want is to do left, top, right, and bottom, right? That's my guess. Right, 10 pixels bottom, 10 pixels? What does that do? I want to get rid of the overflow. Okay, that didn't get rid of the overflow. Huh. Does that actually have any effect at all, this right and bottom? What if I set that to 100? No, it didn't have any effect at all. Or did it? It did. Okay, so that 10 wasn't enough though. I wonder, does it need, do I need to add the 12 to the 10 to get it to line up right? Let's see. Sure seems like it. So that would be what, 22? That doesn't feel right though. Oh, that's what it is though. Maybe even more. Oh, it's, I know it is. It's the outer one. It's too big. But that outer one is set according to these inner ones. Hold on. When this is way more than it needs to be, I'm still getting the overflow. Whoops. Log in again. Hit the log out button by accident. Hey there, meme clear bombs. Just playing around with CSS stuff right now. Trying to figure out how these heights are set. This viewport size is correct. Why is this taller? This one is taller for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. This width 100%, how did that get in there? How is that in there? Why is that there? That's weird. Is that a glitch? How did it... Okay, so that's obviously not it. Why is this one larger, though? I'm trying to figure out where the overflow is. Why are there scroll bars that are now disabled? I don't get that. Do I need to refresh? Okay, so it's some kind of window glitch. And then what numbers do I use here? Do I do 22? Or do I do 10? I think I think I can do 10. Get what I want. Okay. So it was some kind of glitch before. Okay, so now the stage covers the whole screen. In fact, I might want to incorporate the red border there. And just shift the sprites themselves by 2 pixels. So that would be that I do 10 and 10 there. And then shift this. Actually, why didn't... Oh, it didn't draw over because I have a z-index -1. Okay, so yeah, I just need to... It's off by 2. I just need to add 2 more back to stage JS. Let's have some constants at the top for this. So... Actually, I can just add the 2 pixels here. Oh, no, it went 2 whole tiles off. Why did it stop drawing here? Oh, because I still haven't figured out how to tell phaser to make this actual stage larger. All right. So this is in terms of tiles. I guess I'll introduce a couple more constants then. Const stage offset pixels. Well, offset left 2. Offset top 2. All right. You'll be right back. That's fine. Gotta go eat some hot dogs. Can I have one? I'm hungry. Can I have a hot dog? Can I has? Aw. It's all for you, huh? That's okay. Let me see where this center is calculated. Actually, this is going to be a pain, isn't it? Because everywhere that I do coordinate calculations, it's going to have to be offset, isn't it? I think it's just going to have to be done. Only you can has hot dog? Oh. I guess I'll just run down from top down everything that needs to have this offset. So we'll say that these coordinates are relative to the stage. So that means I have to add them here. So we are cleaning this up. Although, you know, maybe I should wait to see if I can get the rest of this stuff to work before I fiddle with these offsets. Yeah, so I'll live with a 2 pixel shift of the stage for a while. I'll put the constants in, but I won't use them. What I want to do now is let's have it not paint it transparent just so I can see where it is. Where is it? Right here. We'll turn it to false. And there's like a background color thing, right? Background color. Where are you? Background. String or number. Default is black. Okay. Background color. I don't know. Green? And it made it black. Probably doesn't take these, so I need to do this format, right? RG. Let's make it a really dark green. B. Too dark. Okay, that's better. So I can see that it's covering that much because I added 50. All right, I actually don't want to hard code these. I want them to be calculated somehow. So what does this say about width and height? What if I want the width and height to be dynamically set? Let's look it up. Phaser, game, auto size. Resize mode. This is what I want. Resize mode. Mode, phaser, scale, resize. But it's part of the scale. Maybe it's this fit mode. This is exactly what I want. Okay, so it's something to do with scale. Oh, there we go. We can say 100%. Can I say that here? It doesn't say I can do it there. All right, so I need to have a scale instead of a width and height. Width 100%. I'm hoping it's 100% of the container. Ooh, it looks like it worked. Is that all I needed to do? That was easy. It's my kind of day when everything just works the first time. I don't need to. I just click there. I want to make sure that the stage is exactly the right. It is. It's exactly the right size. Nice. And it should resize as I change. This is the key. It should resize as I do that. Oh, there's an overflow issue. Yeah, the canvas isn't resizing. Okay, well, we'll get there. So there was some other flag, I bet, to auto size. Is the scale manager allowed to adjust the CSS height property under document divided to be 100%? No, I don't want to expand the parent. Maybe it's a scale mode type. Like fit. Aha. The width and height are automatically adjusted to fit inside the given target area while keeping the aspect ratio. I don't want to keep the aspect ratio. Aha, we want resize. That's what we want. So the original thing is what I wanted. This one. Is that it? That's it. Phaser scale resize. Let's just copy paste that. All right. Hey, look at that. Cool. Okay, so the next trick will be to try to draw those swords in the right place, right? So figure out where certain DOM elements are. I think I could do that through a ref, right? If I get a ref for that point. This inventory tiles, I think. Okay, there's a 10 pixel margin to account for. Why did I put a margin all the way around it? Anyway, if I knew the offset of that, then that would be best, I think. So what if I get a ref to inventory tiles and then feed that back through Redux maybe? Or after React render, right? I'm not sure. Okay, we don't need this anymore. And I'll keep the background color for now, just so I can... Or do I even care about that? I don't think I care about that anymore. I can remove that. I know that that part works, so I don't need this. I can move that back to transparent true. Okay, and we're interacting with a DOM. Okay, cool. All right, so... Yeah, that inventory. Where is that? Panels. It's in the character panel. Inventory. Oh, right here. Okay, so let's give it a ref. Inventory tiles ref. And we'll say we're using the ref hook. That's use ref null. Okay, let's also use an effect hook to extract this stuff out, and we'll have it after every render do this, so the best place to put it. I guess I feel like this is a good place, so use effect. And I always forget this. To run it after every render, I think it's have no argument. So console.log inventory position. And that will be let's just calculate it here. Inventory tiles ref current, and we were looking at this yesterday, right? It was I forget. I used this when I was calculating clicking positions, right? So that was in the tiles panel. Like offset or something. There it was. Client X. Offset left. Maybe this is what I want. Offset left. And then X is similarly offset top. And let's just see what that is. Console, where art thou? Okay, 642 by 420. And that's relative to something. Actually, that seems about right. Like, this is 604 pixels. 642, that's incorporating the borders around it. Yeah. We have to, okay, the stage is offset by the outer margin, so I have to account for that. I could get the client X, and I can get the offset left and top of the app too. Then I don't have to force calculate that stuff. Same thing with the with how we calculate the this offset up here, right? I don't have to hard code that if I, well, yeah, if I got that through a ref of that placeholder, right? Okay. I'll hard code some of this stuff for now, but yeah, I have some idea how I wanted to do it cleanly later. With a few extra refs. So right now, I think what I want to do is, because this will change whenever things get resized, right? Yeah, see, it moved down and then back up for some reason. Why would it do that? Is that this stuff gets resized? Resizing this doesn't change that, right? It's if something got inserted up here, which is not going to happen right now. But if it did, it would re-render and tell me, right? How to test that? What's something that does shift? This does whenever I scroll. Can I get a ref to something here to test this out? How about chat tabs? Let's look at that. That's profile panel. Yeah, let's get a ref here. Let's just call it test ref. I'm gonna get rid of this in a minute. Okay, and this has also a convenient effect we can use. Let's see, let's copy from here. I have a feeling this is not going to take into account the scroll position, but I can, yeah, we don't have to worry about that actually. Right now, chat tab header position. And let's use the correct ref. All right. Okay, 284. And if I scroll it, it doesn't change. But if I change something here in the DOM, oh, interesting. I think it's a totally unrelated crash. Let's try that again. Go back to console, and then let's just, that'll cause a re-render. Okay, it didn't change the position. So I guess I have to take into consideration if part of the DOM is scrolled, I guess I need to get the scroll position and offset and add that or something. Yeah, because it's at 3, it's printing the same message over and over again. Okay. Well, this one doesn't have any overflow, so this location's fixed. That's good enough for me. So let's remove the test ref. And then go back to here. I do want this to be persisted, so let's make that. Let's make a prop that we can update the inventory Position. All right. What do we want to call it? On inventory. Let's call it origin. On inventory origin, or on set inventory origin. How about that? And we'll just call it here instead of logging it. And connect it to Redux. This is X and Y. Dispatch actions set inventory origin XY. Okay. My huge list of actions here. Set. Here we go. Set inventory origin. And oh, what's this complaining about? Oh, it crashed there because we were in the middle of editing it. So, where to reduce that? Stage. I think stage is best. Okay. You know, the other thing we need to do is if the inventory isn't shown, so we need to know what panel is being shown to know whether or not we need to draw those icons. Inventory origin. Just keep it an object. Something like that. Set inventory origin. Inventory origin. X action.x, Y action.y. And I can set them back to null if the panel changes, right? Okay, so that should show up in my Redux state under stage. There we go. So now we know the coordinates of the origin of this div. And if I flip back to another panel, I want it to go back to null. The panel is stored where? In session? Active panel. So let's look at that reducer. Set active panel, there we go. So I just need to intercept that in the other reducer as well. Set active panel, and we'll say this is inventory origin, right? And it depends, right? If the active panel is character, then we're not changing it. So it's state inventory origin. Otherwise, we are going to null it out. So X null, Y null. There we go. That's the weird magic of Redux. So here we have coordinates. I flip away, it goes to null. Flip back, it gets set again. Perfect. So in the phaser stage middleware, we'll only draw the inventory if we have an inventory origin. Okay, so let's disable the code that draws the inventory right now, and that is back in that character panel again. Yeah, this inventory slot. Right. So we'll draw a div, but we won't draw any inner div. So let me comment that out. Okay, okay, that can't do that because the size is set. Aha. I want this style, but I don't want this set, so comment that out. There we go. Okay, so they're empty. And now we just need to have the phaser stage drawn. So how does that get drawn? Inventory comes from where? Session inventory. What does that look like? Right, so here's what we have in our inventory. And all I really need is the tile set in the tile, right? And if it's null, okay, so if it's null, there's nothing. If it's not null, then we look at tile set and tile, and we'll draw that tile. Cool, all right. Stage middleware. So when to do this? I guess whenever it changes, right? And we'll have to track the sprites that we make for it. Because every time we change inventory, we'll want to update those sprites. So in addition to the state, I think I had tiles was for these tiles. I'll have to have another set of tiles for the inventory. Actually, maybe I include that with the normal stage tiles. When does this get cleared? Stage tiles clear. Destroy all sprites. When is that called? Destroy all sprites get called. If the stage is hidden. Okay. Or when reflect sprites is called. Okay. Anywhere else? No. Just thinking. If I'm just thinking, right now all the sprites were assumed to be in the world view, and that's reflect sprites is to reflect the sprites in the world. But if we have our own set, do I put it in? It would be convenient to include it in the stage tiles because that's also iterated over, like for the animation, for example, in the phaser update. We do this. So it'd be convenient to put them in stage tiles. It's just that destroy all tiles is going to remove them, even if it doesn't need to. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I want to have a function that will create all the inventory sprites. It's going to cause a flicker. Do I care that much? If reflect all sprites gets called, it's going to destroy even the inventory tiles. And then we'll end up just immediately recreating them. There might be it might flicker. All right, we'll see how it goes. So let's just make a function. Create in inventory sprites stage. We actually need more than the stage. We need access to the inventory. So that's get state Session inventory. And that's inventory. Okay, that's one place to do it. That might be the only place I need to do this one. Well, when is the inventory populated? I guess, hold on, what's going on here? Oh, it's not defined. Yeah, it's not defined. We'll have to add it. Where to add it? Above all these reflects. How about right here? Stage and inventory. Let's have it do nothing right now. So it will compile. Right, so that inventory, what reducer changes it? It's here somewhere. Inventory. Reflect inventory, there we go. So we just need to catch that in phaser as well. And we won't know if we had, we'll have to have another map just for inventory sprites, because I want to, whenever this gets called, I want to remove any old ones we have. Actually, then I can have destroy sprites be a little bit more smart. I can have it not remove a sprite if it's an inventory sprite also. Yeah, okay. So let's catch this one. And it has to go into two places. This is sort of a hack to delay processing actions that require phaser to be ready. So if phaser's not ready, we queue it and then we handle it later when phaser is ready. Or here we go. Reflect inventory. Huh. I don't have all my methods in order the right way. That's okay. Okay, well, the action has what? An inventory. And then we'll need what? Stage. Okay, so let's establish a set of inventory tiles. Inventory tiles is a new map. Okay, and then reflect inventory will be kind of like reflect sprites. Where is that? Okay, actually, so I don't really need this, do I? I don't really need this. Yeah, okay. Reflect sprites. So we just need to make sure to destroy all sprites. When does that get called? Okay, so let's have a destroy. Let's rename this all. So I'll call this destroy inventory sprites. Let's rename all sprites to destroy world sprites. So it's kind of separated. Okay, and so this is not going to go through. This is going going through all tiles, but it's only going to destroy ones that aren't. I guess I should have another map then. Right, so there's a map of all tiles, but there's also a map of inventory tiles. Let's have a third one, world tiles. Just have to be careful because tile will be in more than one map. So every tile goes into tiles. World tiles go into both tiles and world tiles. Inventory tiles go into tiles and inventory tiles. That's how I'll keep them separate. So tiles, is it add? Set? It's set, where I have to be careful about it. Okay, it's only in one place, which is nice. So this is for world tiles. So I can just do this staged world tiles. Set ID tile info. There we go. And then the remove, right? Stage tiles dot, is it delete? Yeah, delete. So this will also need to delete from the world tiles. And these IDs are entity IDs, so they're unique. So we're good. All right. Hey there, Omnia. Hey, it's going okay. I'm adjusting the user interface of the game so that I can use phaser across the whole window and not just in the world view. So I'm gonna have it draw the inventory tiles. So whoop, I can't even show that. Yeah, here we go. Previously, this phaser is only drawing within this red rectangle. I'm extending it so that now phaser can draw everywhere, and it's going to sit behind the DOM. And then for certain things, like when I'm drawing these tiles, I'll have phaser draw it, and then I can leverage all the drawing code I did for the tiles in the world. I'll do the same thing here, and then I can remove the hacky code that I have in there now that draws the tiles in the DOM. Never trust unique IDs, but they're unique. Okay, I want to make sure that that's the only place I delete tiles. So if a sprite, this should be reflect world sprite removed, I think. Or we can say that a sprite is a tile in the world. So it's removed from both the tiles map and the world tiles map. Destroy world sprite. So that's where I want to make sure that it's only world tiles that we iterate. And we will remove from the tiles. Just do ID, right? Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, okay. So we will clear the world tiles. And this ought to be world tiles by position. We have some UUIDs for IDs, and our team was relying on them to be alphabetically generated. And after 3 months, it happened to have the list unsorted from time to time. Oops. Well, how? Oh, alphabetically? How did they ever get to rely on them being alphabetically generated? They should be random. They should be all over the place. You don't know? I wonder if their UUID generator was always like you could use a different UUID generator which uses a sequence number in it, right? And the sequence number, of course, will be sorted to an extent, right? But yeah, if it's a combination of a sequence number and something else, then it could look like it's in order, and then all of a sudden you get one out of order, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, just trying to see how that would happen. Okay, destroy world sprites. We're also going to destroy inventory sprites, which I don't have a definition for. Let's add it here. Destroy inventory sprites. It's going to be the same thing. Inventory tiles. Let's, I don't want to call it a sprite. Well, actually, maybe it's okay if, as long as we always say world or inventory. Do I need special tile? I'll leave it in there. I should probably just make a common function that does that, right? I'll do that later. So this will be remove from tiles, and then this we don't need to have a map for that. Okay. Okay, so reflect inventory is going to add them now. So it's going to be like kind of like reflect sprites. Well, if I destroy them and re-add them, that might cause a flicker, right? I only really want to added if it didn't exist before. All right. So it's sort of a combination of add and update and remove. So where's reflect? Okay, here it is. Let's just copy this stuff. I'll have to refactor this later because I'm doing a lot of copy pasting. GUID1 had the unhashed raw MAC address in it. Ah, I see. I remember that, sort of. And people didn't like that because it was identifying personal info, right? It works 10 out of 11 times. Why did I end up just switching to Phaser? I switched to Phaser because of the Z ordering is done automatically in Phaser, and also Phaser supports audio, which I eventually want to have. If I stuck with Pixie, I'd have to do the Z ordering myself, which I'm like, wasn't really that interested in doing, and then I had to find another solution for audio. Otherwise, like Phaser and Pixie, they seem pretty much equivalent. It was like the same code, only with different names. So it's like I could use either one. So it really was just the Z order and the audio that decided it for me. All right. Let's see how much of this code I need. Okay, so inventory, we need to iterate. I forget the what that looked like. It's just an array. And it could be null or it could be an object. Okay, good. By the way, did you guys notice my scrolling water? It might be hard to see on the stream. But it's scrolling now. I got that working last night. All right. Yeah, so we're going to iterate this, right? We'll have to remember what inventory sprites we had, so that if we go through the inventory and it's missing now, we need to remove it, right? Actually, let's track it by offset. So let's form an array here. How do we do this? Const. A tad bit hard to see on stream. Yeah, fancy. Here, I'll zoom in. You can maybe see it a little bit better. Did that help? It's scrolling 1 pixel every. What's scrolling 32 pixels in 8 seconds, basically. I think I calculated that to be like 1 pixel every half second. So that after 8 seconds, it's looped already through once. Pretty fancy. And that's duplicating the effect from Ultima 3, I think. I don't know. It's very nostalgic for me. It's just why I wanted to try to replicate that. Yeah, so we'll make slots. And that will be an array. How do we make an array of a fixed size? I forget. But I did it in utilities, didn't I? Oh, it's just you just give the length to array and fill it. Okay. So array, the number of slots will be however big the inventory is. And then what do we want to fill it with? Actually, I don't need to do this. I can make it empty and then just fill it. So inventory dot actually no, hold on. What am I doing? I need to know what it was before. Maybe I need to have this persistent. So yeah, let's have inventory there. Let's call it inventory slots. That makes more sense to me. Yeah, okay, we'll do it that way. So reflect inventory. I'm not going to handle the move. We'll just make the new slots is what we'll do. I guess, no, we could handle the move, right? Okay, yeah, we'll handle a move. So the X and the Y we need to calculate from the, all right, so we do need to iterate. So inventory dot for each item, it's item index, and then we're going to do this stuff in it. Blub, 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 blub. So if there's an item in there, otherwise there's not an item. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? And this is totally broken, so I can't show you what I'm doing, but I'm working on replacing the drawing of game tiles in the DOM with having phaser draw. So I've extended phaser's window, I guess you could call it, or arena or stage, to cover the whole window. I just realized I used the word window twice. I'll call it the stage. The phaser stage now extends to cover the whole window, and the DOM is on top of it. But the DOM will be set up so that certain areas of the DOM phaser can draw underneath that part of the DOM, so that stuff like these tiles can be animated by phaser, even though their position is dictated by the DOM. So I'm starting with the inventory tiles, which I can't show you because it's broken, but you'll see it in a minute. Yeah, it's like, is this gonna work? Which is why I made the title Experiment, which is my my escape valve. If it goes horribly wrong, I could say, it was just an experiment. Okay, so if there is no inventory, so here's where we're going to see if there was one previously. If stage.inventory slots index, then we need to remove the sprite, right? So that's whatever we do with sprite removed. Why do I call it entities? Isn't that sprites? Oh no, I was tracking the all the tiles in the same spot separately. I really only need to do a delete and then this destroy stuff. Delete the, well, the ID is that, so let's just I guess get that. And it's an inventory tile. And, oh, wait a minute. I guess I will want to record the sprite that was there, right? No, wait a minute. The ID I can then fetch from inventory tiles to get the rest of the stuff, so this stuff right here. Sprite special tile label X. We don't need the XY. And that's inventory tiles. Get that. I guess we can get it from tiles too. Delete it from both. Destroy the phaser objects associated with it. Right. And then we're going to need to change this, right? And just do it at the top. Okay, but if there is an item in that slot, we need to see is the same item. I guess I'm doing this regardless, right? So we're putting that there, and I need to make this more specific, so what's a good name for this? It is an ID, but it's an ID of what? Previous item ID? Okay, so if there is an item, I guess we're getting all this stuff too, right? That's only if there is one, so let's copy that stuff. I'm doing the easy stuff first. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? If there's an item in the inventory slot and there wasn't one before, we just do an add. So the add will be this stuff down here, right? Oh, we need to calculate the position. Well, I need to do that regardless. Yeah, it's just this add stuff, right? And am I going to deal with this? I'm going to do some of this stuff. Not all of it. Okay, so what do we do? It's going to be this item. What's in that item? It's a tile set and a tile, right? Right. So we have tile and tile set in the item. So that's, let's just do it here. Const tile set tile equals item. There will be a tile. I don't think I need to have this. There's always going to be a tile. So we're going to add to this scene. We need to calculate the X and Y position. I need to do that up here anyway. I'll do that. Let's just copy that. Find that code and copy it. This goes up, always up to here. And it's going to be dependent on that, that gets access to get state. I need to get the inventory origin that we added to this stage reducer, inventory origin. This handler, is it given the get state? Let's see. Yes, it is. So I can add that. So I can get that once, right? So const inventory origin, get state stage inventory origin. So that's this stuff here. It's going to be index times tile size. And did I add half because the anchor is in the middle? I think, yeah. So I do add half. And then add to this the inventory origin.x. And I'm going to want to account for the extra space somehow. I just hack it for now. It was 10 pixels and then another border of 2, right? I'll just guesstimate here that it's 12. And then this has to be, we have to account for it here too. Plus index times tile size plus 2. Just hacking it. Clean it up later once it works. This is really just an experiment, remember? And the slots are all arranged in a row, so the index doesn't matter, and this goes away. It's just that. All right, and so we add the sprite, set its texture. We have all these information, right? Tile set, tile, stage we had and sprite we just made. Set its origin. Why am I doing this stuff? I don't remember. The depth doesn't matter. I don't think I need to set the depth. I did stash that for some reason. I think I want to keep that. So we will have a sprite. Why does it say if sprite? It's always going to have one. There's an ID. The depth will be 0 because we don't care. Does X and Y matter? You know, I think I can just remove all this stuff. I don't really need them. And, you know, we don't need a special tile or a name marker. Okay, so add it to tiles and inventory tiles. And we don't need to deal with that. Okay, that's what we need, I think, when we are adding one. So when we're removing it, I think we just... What does reflect move do? It just sets the new X and Y. So yeah, I can just set it right here, right? Oh, wait a minute, no. It might... Okay. It might be a different item. So it's if the items match. Right, so the item... The item doesn't have an ID in it, does it? Or maybe it did. I can't remember now. I can't see it because it's not going to compile. Because it's horribly broken. If I save, how much will compile? ID is... yeah. I'm going to guess that the ID is available in the item. So I can say ID. Okay, this stuff is all old. I can remove it. Okay, it didn't... Oh, it just took it a while. Tile set is not defined. 635. Right, because that is TS. Yay, we compile. And actually drew a sword there. Wow, that's more than I expected it to do. It's a little offset, but... It should have drawn 2 swords. Okay, there is no ID. That's bad. Or is that what D is? What's D? Oh, D is durability. Okay, yeah, so the inventory, the identifiers aren't in there. So that's bad. That has to come from the front end. Where do I set that up? In inventory, right? Hey, wowee, look who's here. Here we go, inventory. Yeah, this entity number. I just need to add it to the slot, don't I? So it just had a tile set and a tile. Oh no, it had a component in there too. We just need to add the ID. So I just add this to this test then. And yeah. It means the backend's going to have to change. That's fine. So what is the entity of the sword? Sword entity. Right, so we'll include it here. ID. And then Suppose I'll do proper test-driven development. I've changed the requirement, and I'll see that the test fails. Change the code to make the test pass, right? A wowee dog, that's right. New Sonata Arctica album dropping in September. I don't know this group. Is this some music I should be listening to? Maybe I'll like it. I don't know. Hype. Not a big fan of their latest song though. All right, so let's run this test. Get my little UI working here. Test Explorer. And run. Fails. Because the ID should be 1 and it's not in there. So then the code that goes with it is here. And it's just a one-liner, I think. ID equals entity. Build. Power metal? I never heard of that term before. I like some kind of metal. Maybe I'd like it. Ninth hour, huh? Some kinds of metal just makes me laugh, like how absurd it sounds. Which is a good thing, I guess. Okay, run. So you're entertained either like it, if it gives you a positive emotion, doesn't really matter which emotion it is, it's a good thing, right? Metal subgenres, like there's like, what is it? There's heavy metal. There's death metal. There's, wasn't there something called grunge metal? Just the names of the genre, the subgenres just make me laugh. Okay, test is passing, so I can rely on there being an ID. Actually, let's see that in action. So I would go here and let's cleanly shut things down in here. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, so there's a race condition, I guess, in the character panel. Oh no, that's because the character panel for an admin doesn't have an inventory. Okay, so let's fix that. That's in this effect, right? Right here. So we only want to do this if this one is not null. There we go. Fix it? Yes, fixed. Okay, now shut the snapshot, and then I'll Control-C the thing. And then start it again. And now we should be getting the entity IDs of our equipment. Hold on, something got printed out. Let's see what got printed out. Okay. The family's printer is like right in front of my legs. And so when anyone prints anything out, it like prints out in front of me. All right. Cool, we're back up and running. And that's an interesting display. I wonder how I got that. Yeah, weird, interesting glitch there. Anyway, the inventory should be here now. Session? No, yeah, it was session, right? Okay, why is my inventory glitching? Why is that happening? Why is my inventory disappearing? What would cause my inventory to glitch out like that? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong window, that's why. Duh. This one. There's my inventory. Okay, so the IDs are in there. So it's 3326 and 5699. They just need to be unique identifiers because we're tracking the sprites with those. I thought it was showing before, and now it's not. I wonder why. Okay, there it is. Oh, when I move it, it removed them. Probably because I haven't finished this code here. Here. I think I want to move this up to here. Why would it remove stuff, though? Oh, I wonder if actually, I'm not sure. Why when we move, it removes them. Why? That would have been a reflect... What's a sprite shift or something? This one. Oh, it's doing all tiles. We need to do only world tiles. Yep, that's probably what it was. Okay, now, okay, we're getting there. So they're showing up, they're a little bit offset, wrong. But I knew that would happen. I mostly care about, like, if they get moved around. So if I were to drop something. Well, where did it go? Interesting. Okay, there it is. Pick it up. It's a little glitchy. It shows up there and then it vanishes. Alright, let's fix this. It's all in reflect inventory. Well, I haven't finished this yet. It's if they're the same. If they're not the same, we need to do something different. So if ID is not equal to previous item ID, then I need to remove the old one and add the new one. So I need to like do that plus that. So let's make functions for these things, I guess. Sounds good to me. So this is remove inventory slot. Well, not to remove the slot. Remove item from inventory slot. Does that. So what do we need here? We need stage. We need index. Previous item ID. Well, can we get that from this? We can get that from the stage. So I can do that again. And I guess that's all we need, right? So that can be this now. Index stage. That was it, right? Yep. So that part is the first part of there. Oh, this was so that this was if it gets moved. I don't think I'm gonna care if it got moved. We'll just remove and add. Remove the old one, add the new one. So this is the add part, right? Oh no, the other thing I'm not doing is I'm not setting it, it's not storing it in the inventory slots. That's probably a bug, right? So const add item to inventory slot. Does that. And so what do we need? Well, the X and the Y pixels I can calculate from the index, right? That's probably the only place, no, yeah, it's the only place I need it. So we're gonna move it. There. So inventory origin is also the only needed there. So we need get state. And what else? Index. Trying to keep these sorted. Tile set tile. Stage. Sprite we just created. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so add inventory tile slot here. Get state index stage tile set tile. And then this is just to remove the old one and add the new one. There, okay, what's missing here is it's not setting that. We need to store the ID here. I guess I can do that at the end, right? So that means we need the ID. All right, I did get that backwards. It doesn't really matter. Order is not important here, but, you know, might as well. So remove the old one, add a new one. Actually, we're always adding, aren't we? Unless we hit to this point. Okay, I'll just leave it the way it is. Let's see what that does. Drop the item. It didn't show up in the world, which is weird. I wonder if that's a glitch with the world. Drop the item. It's not showing up in the world for some reason. There they are. I had to refresh to see them. I think I might know why. It's the same ID, right? It suddenly appears in the world before it was in the inventory. I need to go to a zone where there's not too much activity to see this. So let's move off to... Actually, if I move all the way over here, then we won't get any activity from NPCs, right? And then I can look at... Oh, but then I'm on top of a bunch of swords. Okay, I need a... DM, are you around? Need to create a little pocket of space. And left clicking is broken. Oops. I guess I broke it last night. Okay, let's just create some another pathway here. Just need a quiet area. Oh, I can't even click here. It's completely broken. Well, bummer. Am I going to change the world if the mouse over doesn't work? It's because it's underneath the placeholder, isn't it? I was worried about running into this. It's a different... I don't want to have to worry about that problem right now. Let's just go back over here and we'll go through this portal. I can't step on that portal? Oh, did I change the access key for that? It did. Why is that set? That's weird. Oh, the other one. How many strings did you write for today? I've written a lot of strings today. Okay, I'm in a quiet area here now. I can look at the Redux state and they won't be flying by. So I can try dropping the item. It says, send to game, drop inventory, item 1. So we get a sprite added in the world. Reflect sprite added 56.99. Okay, so it's added to the world first and then it's removed from the inventory. I think I see the problem. The problem is we didn't actually add it because it was already in the tile set. So it's not being drawn there when it should be. If If I refresh, it will draw it there. There it is. Same issue if I pick it up. Actually, no, it worked. Oh, because the order is correct there. So we can pick the item up and it will be removed from the world and added to the inventory. But if I drop it, it gets removed from the inventory, but not shown in the world until we refresh. Okay, to fix that, I think I need to handle like if something gets moved between the inventory and the world. That's reflect sprite added, right? Ah, it's this thing. It has to be if world tiles has it. One problem is the ID is going to be in there twice. Well, like I have a check for that, right? Yeah, I can just say, if... This might be a hack. This doesn't quite feel right. If inventory tiles has the ID, then we just remove it. I guess we can just simplify. We can say delete it. If it's in the inventory, remove it from the inventory. But then this inventory slots, it'll still be listed there. Does that matter? Well, the inventory would get reflected back to us. So what happens there? It would show up there. We would call remove. What does remove do? Oh, it's going to delete it from tiles. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, this is sort of a hack. If stuff moves between the inventory and the world, right? I guess this has to be prepared to deal with that, though. If we're removing it from the slot, we're doing that always. We can get that, but I only want to do this if it's not in the world. Actually, that's an easy thing. I can say if stage world tiles. Is it has? Has. And invert that. If it, well, actually, if you say if it has it, then so this is previous item ID. If it has it, then just return. If it doesn't, if it's not in the world either, then we're removing it from, I guess we're removing it from here always. We're always removing it from the inventory. But if the world has it, we don't do any of this stuff. Let's see if that did it. Okay, there are multiple pixels. How did you get here, Bob? Go away, Bob. And oh, Bob probably stepped on my sword. Was that my special sword that had 9900 durability? You bad guy, Bob. I wish I could kill you. I can't kill him though. Hey, Dungeon Master, Game Master, can you move him? I actually don't know if I can. Nope, I can't interact because that's broken. Let's just go out here and drop it here. Okay, that worked. It vanished from the inventory though. And it's there. Okay. I think that's the reciprocal issue where here, right? Actually, it should have done that, right? Or it should have just added it. Why did it not? Oh, that's interesting. It's sort of glitched. It still remained there, even though it shouldn't have. Is this some kind of weird race? Now it's doing it twice? There's a weird race going on. Bob, I wish you weren't here, because you're going to interfere with my Redux state, but that's okay. And how come I don't see the state? Do I need to refresh this? Why am I not seeing the Redux state? Now I'm seeing it. Okay, fine. Drop your sword. Send to game. And he won't step on it as long as I'm on top of it, so it's just that him moving around is gonna screw up my seeing this stuff. Send to game, drop inventory. We received a message to add the sprite to the world. Reflect that the sprite is added. Then we received the new inventory. The inventory is now empty. So yeah, this... Wait a minute. How come it's still drawing the sword there then? Then that gets updated. I'm not sure why. Oh, because every time we re-render the React panel, it's going to do that. And then move... That's Bob that moves. He constantly moves. Okay, so the sprite added happened first, and then the inventory was reflected. I should have removed it from the inventory. Why not? Reflect inventory. So there will be a previous item ID, but so it should have gone into here. Remove item from inventory. Oh, we're never deleting the old sprite. When should we delete the old sprite? This is probably the right place to do it, right? No, no, no. It's on when it's added. Yeah, it's here. If stage inventory tiles has ID, I should actually just call it here. Remove item from inventory. Oh, I need to know the index. Oh, shoot. More printouts. This feels like a total hack. Sorry, I'm being distracted. It'll be an ad. Yeah, once it's in the world, we might want to draw it differently. So I can't just do this move. Well, no, that's if it's in the world tiles, right? Okay, so... Yeah, I do want to delete the old tile, don't I? But I need to find out where it is. I guess I gotta find it, so... Const index equal... Well, yeah, is stage inventory slots. Find... Slot... It's not find, is it? It's index of. DevDocs to the rescue. Dark theme, please. Thank you. It's like index of. No, it's not this one. This one I have to know the actual object. What's the other one? Is it find? Find index? Is that it? Yes, find index. So it should be in there, so I shouldn't need to check if it's not. And so slot where what did I put in there? It's just IDs. So it's just ID. Slot. We'll just say slot ID. Item ID. is ID. So once we have the index, then I can say remove item from inventory slot, index stage. So that'll remove the old sprite, and then we'll add it back there. That should work. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? All right. Good thing Bob's gone. He was annoying. Pick up the sword. Okay, it flashed and got removed. But I know it's there, so I should be able to. Okay, I need the sprite to exist. Drop it. It's in the world. Grab it. It's back in the inventory. Drop it. Grab it. Now I can't recreate the problem. Well, I guess it's working. I just need to fix the offset that we're drawing it at. So I must have done something wrong in the math for the calculation of the position up here. Did Ultima have animated waters? Yeah, it did. This is the Ultima 3 water effect. The gentle scrolling. Maybe this 12 I don't need. Actually, it's because I need to subtract another 12 for the boundary. So that actually evens out by coincidence. I don't like the hacky way I'm doing that math though. It's almost correct. It's off by a little bit. I want to be able to reason this out so I don't have to run into this kind of bug later. There's the div that I care about. Sits inside of this div. Oh, there's a 5 pixel padding. That's what I'm not accounting for. Is it off by 5 by 5? I mean, maybe. Yeah. I guess so. So it's what, -5? To account for the padding? Wait a minute, no. It would be that I would have to add 5. So that's the wrong direction. So I have that math wrong. This is the one we're getting the offset of. There is a bit of a margin. 10 pixel margin. And so there's a border on this one of how much? Of 2. And then 5 more. So really it should be 17 off. So it's right where my pointer is pointing should be the numbers we get for inventory origin. And that's relative to the corner of the window way up here. The phaser stage itself has 10 pixels off. So I need to begin by subtracting 10. I'll just hack that in there for now. And then from that position to here, it's this margin is what? 10 plus 2 plus 5. So that's 17. So that we need to add 17. Let's see what that does. Completely off. We're way down here now. Shoot. Did I have my minuses and pluses mixed up? That wasn't you, Bob. There was someone in the other zone eating a sword. Actually, wait a minute. It must have been one of the ones I dropped. Okay. I'm like, I thought I put a trap so that it kills NPCs that get too close to it. Does this tell me the absolute position of that element anywhere? Possibly in computed. Like offset or something? I'm looking for a number, like in the 600s range, somewhere here. I don't see it. Maybe it won't tell me the absolute position of it. Kind of hoping it would. Nope. I mean, I see inline size, height. Nope. Okay. So what could I be missing here? I wonder if the margin is not included in the offset. So what if I don't add 17 but only add 7? Could that be what I'm getting wrong? Ooh, that's what it was. Okay, so the margin is not to be included. Got it. Actually, that makes sense. The way I remember the CSS model is the coordinates like of the element don't include the margin, but the margin is used to position it relative to everything else. Cool. So now Phaser is drawing that underneath. So then the problem that the last problem I need to solve is the one I expected, is that attempt to get pointer events to pass through the DOM to the Phaser stage, because right now it's totally messed up. I rely on pointer events to Phaser to do any kind of interaction with the game, and it's broken now. So how do I fix that? There's a placeholder window. If I could just get it to pass through events, to ignore events, maybe that's the way to do it. I will look it up since I don't know. DOM pass through events to parent. Pass mouse events through absolutely positioned element. Well, I want it the opposite way. Pointer events none, is that what I want? Let's try that. So that needs to be put onto that placeholder thing, where I put it here in playing activity? Yes. So what if I do that in the CSS for that? Nope. It didn't work. What does the DOM look like for... Not that window. This one. What's the DOM looking like here? Oh, it's got to pass through playing world chat. Is that the problem? It's not passing through this one? This will kill that window, but what if I just try that? Putting that here too. Nope, that didn't work. Is it because it's a sibling and it's not in the hierarchy? How would I make it part of the hierarchy? I would put world chat and placeholder inside of that div, wouldn't I? I guess I can try that. And let's keep that and put these inside of that div. And the panels too, I guess. Really just, I guess it would just be moving from playing world to playing. Yes. Yeah, let's try that. It's just that that playing has to be absolutely positioned, right? Actually, what does that do? Just out of curiosity. Oh, it draws it way over here. Why? Why would it draw it way over there? So it has to do with where it adds it to the DOM. Where did it add the canvas? I don't even see it. Oh, it added it way down there. Okay. So I really have no control. It just adds it to the end. Okay. So what I wanted to do, what I wanted it to do is add it to the beginning. Actually, it doesn't matter if I make it absolute positioned, right? Is that something I can control with phaser? Phaser canvas absolute positioning. Div positioning? Oh, that's just generic canvas stuff. Shoot, I closed it. Let's get back to the phaser manual. That had the constructor for game, right? It had some options that we could pass it. Game config. If null, no parent will be used and you are responsible for adding the canvas to your environment. Maybe that's what I want, but how do I do that? Provide your own canvas element for phaser to use instead of creating one. Maybe that's what I want. Then I can place the canvas wherever and absolutely position it. Let's try that. So I would have to have a ref, wouldn't I? And so I wouldn't set parent. Okay. So let's put the canvas where I want. I guess that's what this becomes, right? Actually, yeah, this one. So I don't need stage ID. Let's just put it back where it was. Right. To be in the hierarchy. I guess it's, yeah. So we'll make this canvas. And then here for parent, we don't set that. Instead, I need the ref. How am I going to get the ref over here? That's a tough one. It has to be an HTML canvas element. Canvas. What context is this in? This is in the context of show stage, which is a handler for a redux action. I mean, I don't know if you're allowed to do this, but I can make the ref be an argument of the action. So it'd be like there's already a function. So I'm already kind of violating stuff as it is. Wait a minute. Oh, that's just given the function? Aha. It's just given it. Okay. So yeah, I guess we're including an action then. Where does this come from? Playing activity? That's actually perfect because then we'll have the ref to it, right? Yes. Okay, so canvas ref. And then canvas is canvas ref current. And then show stage would, okay, we need a ref. So const canvas ref is use ref null. Pass the canvas ref. Actually, the way I want to do it is like that, and then put that here, like that. Canvas ref is here. So ref equals canvas ref. Oh, what does that get me? Completely destroyed the entire view? All right. Must set explicit render type in custom environment. Oops. How do I do that? Render type. I can't just I can't just give it a canvas. I have to do this other stuff. Is that what it's telling me? Must set explicit render type in custom environment. So let's do the old trick of looking that up on the internet. That's gonna be the wrong thing. I want phaser and then that whole string. How come that it's not giving me any hits for that? Because it's not a Google search and Bing sucks. Let me do this off screen because Google likes to dox me when I look up stuff. Yeah, it was about to show you where I live, which is not cool. All right, forget it. We'll figure it out some other way. What if I just look up some of the words? Explicit cuss render type. Render type? They don't make this easy, do they? I don't know what that error means. Must set explicit render type in custom environment. I suppose I can pop that up and then hit reload and see it in the debugger. If custom environment or canvas and render type is... Okay, so it's there's a render type. How come I didn't see that here? Because it's not documented. Wonderful. It's not documented. How am I supposed to know? Wait a minute. How did am I in the wrong window? Oh, snap. Yeah, I was in the wrong window. Okay, here we go. Render type. What's this? Facebook Instant Games plugin? Okay. I guess we'll reload. Actually, don't know what window context we're debugging. Probably this one. Yes, pause and debugger. Thank you. Just set it to const canvas or something like that. That's what you saw in the code at least. Yeah, how come I couldn't find that? Is this phaser 2 or 3? Oh, this is phaser CE. So the phaser CE documentation is more up to date. And I just, when I resized the window, it couldn't find it. I want WebGL. Can I just do that? Under type. Let's just try it. Keep this window around. Yeah. Nope. What's render type? Still set to 0. I guess you don't set it that way. What was that window I was showing here? This is a member of what, though? Of the game itself, not the game config. Is it renderer? Maybe it's renderer. Why do they say render type and it's renderer? Try again. Okay, no, it didn't work. This debugger is weird sometimes. I guess I need to step through this constructor, right? I wanted to put a line, breakpoint on that line where it, yeah, I did do that, and then refresh. Did it not get to that line? It is getting to that line. Okay, then step in. Width, height, zoom, resolution, scale mode. Type. It wants type, not renderer or render type. Why? Why type? Okay, type. Oh, I had it up there. Okay, so we don't want auto. We want WebGL. Fine. This thing is so frustrating. Go. Oh, did it work? It worked. Okay. The problem I was debugging before this was what? I couldn't get mouse overs to work. So let's see if that's working now. Wrong one. This one. Nope. So interesting. The width is, the height is a little different. Right, I was still 2 pixels off. I forgot to fix that. Oh, I was going to make these 2 divs children of the canvas, wasn't I? If I got that working. Right, so, actually, I'm not sure if you're allowed to do this. But we'll give it a try. I hate it when it expands it like that. I just wanted to paste it and then indent them. There we go. Will it let me do that, or will it go all to crap? I think the positioning is all screwed up now. Where are these located now? Off screen somewhere? Or what? Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to put a div inside a canvas. So how do we get the event over from the div to the canvas? It's absolutely positioned. Undo, undo, undo. So the event is coming when I click on, or really when I click in this placeholder, right? Or when I mouse over that placeholder. So it bubbles up to that, and then to that, so it's skipping my canvas. How do I get the canvas in the loop there? That's my problem. Close some of these windows. Not to parent, pass through events to absolutely positioned element. Let me try this one. No, this is the one we were just looking at, right? That's the wrong direction. Is this it? Do I have to do pointer events all? That should actually already have it on it, right? That canvas should have pointer events all already. Pointer events auto. Nope. Do I need to put pointer events none on the parent? Nope. And this is broken now. That actually breaks that one. No, it was already broken. Oh, because I had turned that off. Okay, let's turn that on and then turn this one on one of these. This one? Turn that off. Oh, you have to probably override it, right? So I have to say pointer events all. There we go. Fix that one. But this one's still broken. It's not getting pointer events. That one's not getting it. This one is. Even though they're overlapping. I don't understand this. Not getting pointer events. Why? Is it because it's position absolute? No, it's still not getting them. Weird. Let's turn this off. Is it just a Z index and the fact that something's on top of it? So what if I just turn that one off? Now it's working. So it has to do with the Z index. The fact that it's underneath something else. Very frustrating. Like right now there's nothing underneath it. Well, there's this div. Is that the pointer events? None. Pointer events all. It's still, now it's working. Z index, now it's not working. What if I leave the Z index off? Actually, hold on, let me check something. Okay, so even if it's absolutely positioned, this is almost what I want. It's just that it won't, it's gonna well, actually it's transparent. Maybe maybe this will work. So what did I do here? I just turned the Z index off. That's really the only thing I did, right? I did that, but does that matter? No. Okay, so what if I just turn off the Z index? This one. And I'm gonna reload that to clear it out. Okay, so that's working. Now go back to the user one. Where was that? Here. No, the right click's being oh, but I can turn off the pointer events for just the inventory slots, right? So yeah, that's interesting. I don't need to set the Z index, probably because it's a transparent background, right? On all these things. Ended up having a salad. Why are you pissed? Was the salad bad? I'm sorry. Where is that? It was an inventory. It was a character panel. Inventory. Where? Inventory tiles, right? Right, so the CSS for that. Inventory tiles. So if I just do pointer events none. Nope, it's the context menu, right? I need to deactivate the context menu. How is that done? In CSS, how do you turn off the context menu? I would thought pointer events none would disable that, but apparently it's not doing it. Unless it's bubbling up. So that could be. What other things are in the way? A lot of things are in the way. So there it is. Do I have to do pointer events? Actually, I guess I can just do it on the whole panel and see if that is enough. So pointer events none. Nope, it still counts. Everything, the right click thing is different. Okay. Guess I'll look it up. Disable context menu CSS. Duplicate of what? I guess I mean I do it in JavaScript and other places. Look, I can do this. Does that actually work? Oh, this is gonna. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's React. So I need to camel case it, and then I have to do a arrow function, right? Actually, let's just look this up because I did this before. Oh, wait a minute. It was already on. It was already a context menu thing on there. So why is that not? Why did that get disabled then? Hold on. Now I'm confused. So I shouldn't have had to do anything here. Oh, is it being intercepted by? It's being intercepted by the phaser stage. The phaser stage is handling that now. In fact, I can't click on these buttons anymore. Yep. Okay, that's a problem. Actually, that's not so much a problem. If I just tell phaser not to not handle the event if it hits there. And by the way, I don't need to do that weird canvas thing anymore, do I? I can have this go back to what it was. I think. What did I have it? Well, actually, let's just redo. That much. And then what did this look like before? It was just, what is that? I don't, oh, that's way before. Okay. I think it was just a div, right? And then I don't need that ref neighbor. We'll keep it there for a second because the stage needs to change back to parent. Turn that off and put this back to auto. Let me copy that. Put this back to auto. Okay. Cool. All right. I just need to have it not intercept pointer events outside the stage. And this is off by a couple pixels. I expected that though, didn't I? Right. It was hidden by the fact it was Z-ordered before. Okay. So phaser pointer. How do we pass through events? Well, let's just disable this for now. If tile X, there's like a way to calculate if it's outside, right? Absolute, yeah, this one. Yeah. Right. Return. And let me do the same thing for pointer over too. And pointer move. Let's move that to there and move this to there. Where's pointer over? I guess that is pointer move, right? Okay. Cool. And I still can't click those buttons. They're like unavailable. I guess because it's not bubbling the event. So how do I let them bubble? Too many dev windows. Don't need that anymore. Okay, don't need that. Let's... yeah. Not exactly. We'll keep that one. Let me put that one there. So this is phaser pointer events bubble pointer events. Do you use dual? I use dual. I have two monitors. And the one you're seeing is an ultra wide, and so you're only seeing like the first 1920 columns of it, and there's more to the right. So if I drag this window all the way to the right, that's how much window I have for real, or how much screen size I have, and I'm only capturing a subset of that. Oh, you wanted a hot dog and you ended up having salad. Well, did they not have hot dogs? It is a lot of space. Yeah, it helps on my eyes too. It's what I had that in specs somewhere. It's this LG ultra wide. This is what I have. What is that? 28-inch. It's pretty nice. It's a few years old. You don't want to talk about it? Oh, traumatic hot dog experience. I'm sorry. What if I say pass through to DOM? Then we're hitting some of those old hits again. Maybe it has to do with his pointer events. What is this? Why does it say SVG? Oh, it's SVG only. Okay. Oh, pointer events all is SVG only? I didn't know that. You don't think pointer events will solve my problem? Yeah. I just don't know what the hell I'm doing, you know? And that's, I screwed up the position of that. So what I'm trying to do is like enable these buttons when the phaser stage is at the same Z index as the DOM. Because right now I needed to have the Z index the same in order to get events into phaser at all. If I change that, it's like I can have one or the other, but not both. If I change that to, where is it? Where I set this, if I set the Z index to -1, now I can't get any events at all, but these become available. It's like I can have one or the other. You know what a total hack would be to dynamically change the Z index as I mouse over. Would that be so bad? So if the mouse enters the placeholder, I just change the Z index to phaser. No, I don't want that. I want to be able to get mouse events on both. I just don't know how to do that. So now the mouse events aren't getting to these DOM elements at all. They're only getting to the phaser stage. Because the problem is that these overlap now. The phaser stage is the entire window, and it's overlapping these DOM elements, which aren't getting any events now. Hey there, Soding. Ah, we're being raided! How's it going, Soding? I'm struggling with CSS and DOM issues right now. PHP stream? No, I'm not doing PHP. I'm doing CSS, React, Phaser, and all that stuff. How was your stream, Soding? You can't limit Phaser only to the game window? Well, yeah, but I was limiting Phaser to the game window, but then when I do that, I can't draw the inventory with phaser. And my apologies for this being offset right now. It's a bug. But the whole point of... let me back up a little bit and explain to the raiders what I'm doing. So I'm working on a game. It's a multiplayer game where it has a front end and a back end, and the front end is in the browser. The back end is all on Amazon Web Services, or in the testing environment, it's all on my computer, running as a separate program in C++. The front end is using web text, so we're using Phaser for drawing the view of the world here, and React for the user interface. And today I'm trying to mix the two. So what my goal was that before Phaser was drawing just inside the red rectangle, and I wanted now Phaser to extend over the entire window so I could draw inventory slots using the same drawing code I do for Phaser. And that it's working, but now that the Phaser stage extends and overlaps the React part of the DOM, I can't interact with any of the controls that React is rendering. Unless I change the Z order, the Z index, and then I can't interact with the Phaser at all, but I can interact with the things Phaser overlaps, or overlapping Phaser. So it's like I can have one or the other, but not both, which is frustrating. But the game is modeled after old games like Ultima 3, so you can see similarities. So this game was from the early 90s, and it's going to be an RPG where tiles represent things in the world. And so when I'm logged in as a normal player, here I am with my nameplate, and Bob is an NPC I can talk to. I can go over here and say, hello, what's your name? You're Bob the guard. Okay, what's your job? I guard. Guard what? That's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. I can say, okay, bye. It says move along. And there are teleporters in the game and other things I can script. And I've just been building this up one day to the next. And right now it's just trying to figure out how to take some of the technology using a library called Phaser that draws the graphics here. I want to use it in elements of elsewhere on the screen and kind of mix it with the DOM. And I'm having trouble with this. Rally against Bob the guard, but Bob's a nice guy. The only thing is he ends up teleporting to this island. If you step through this gateway here, you end up on this special island, which I was using for a while as a quiet area to test things, but then Bob invaded. Because now that Bob's here, every time he moves, he causes a bunch of redux actions to happen with sprites moving. But, you know, otherwise we love Bob. Can you freely attack NPCs? You can't kill Bob because he's marked as a special NPC, but you can these other NPCs that spawn. So if I step on them, which I can't because I've hacked that. Let me fix that. And I can't fix that because of the Z index thing. Okay, now I can access that. All right. The NPCs have to be steppable, so I need to update all of these. These all have to be 1 so that we can step on NPCs again. Update. All right, now I can step on these guys and slaughter them. But I can only do that until the sword I'm carrying runs out of durability. Oh, this must be the special sword that has infinite durability. So here I'm slaughtering all the NPCs. These are just test NPCs anyway. I haven't added any real game logic in here. I'm still working on the game mechanics, like the user interface, the interaction, all that stuff. The index separated only on the button, maybe? So can I move... You're saying I can maybe move these buttons to the front? That's an interesting idea. What a bloodbath, exactly. Missed the description of the bug. Used to do. The bug is that this, if I show the elements, the element DOM tree here, this canvas used to be constrained to this red rectangle, and I now extended it by giving it a positioning of, or the parent div has a position absolute, right? And when I do that, it's now, without setting the z-index to -1, it's obscuring these other divs, so now I can't interact with any of these controls, right? The reason why I extended the canvas to cover the whole window is I want this the phaser canvas to be able to draw the items in the inventory slots. Have you tried pointer events on the canvas? Well, it'll either turn them all on or all off. I want them to be on in this. I want to be able to interact with the stage in this area, but not out here. Yeah, so I was going to try that just now, Archie. That might work. So basically set these higher. Let me see if that works. So if I pick that button, for example, where is that button? That's in here somewhere. Movement buttons. Actually, what if I just take the whole movement buttons and set the Z index to 1? Or you said 2? No, that's not working. I wonder if I have to set the Z index of the whole div that it's in. That's the thing, is I want pointer events here to go to phaser, but not here. The button is going to be scoped to the Z index of the parent. Right, that's the problem. Yeah. You have to do it everywhere. Yeah, so I don't know if this is going to work. Do you ever need to click on the canvas in the game? Yes, I want to be able to click on the canvas, especially if I'm the GM. That was the problem here, is like, I have a lot of interaction defined, so like if you click here, it's a painting. So, and then I can't interact with this until I turn that off. Or was that? Oh, did I close the whole window? No, it just hit it. Let's find that again and turn it back. Where is it? Turn that back on so I can pick another tile, background tile, and then I gotta go turn it off so I can paint there again. Yeah, so clicking in this window is interacting with the world, and clicking over here is interacting with the DOM, and right now I can't do, I can only do one or the other. Your buttons go into a portal that sits above the canvas. Use portals. Okay. This might be a longer thing where I need to research it, right? Render children to DOM node that exists outside of the DOM hierarchy. But then doesn't that affect the layout? Like, I don't want it to be broken out. I was hoping to use the DOM to like basically do the layout of this panel, right? And once it's laid out, certain parts of that I want phaser to interact with, and other parts I don't. Modal windows, yeah. So I don't want it to be modal. Transform, translate 3D, same as the index takes elements up front to different layer, you think. Huh. So you guys don't like the hack that I was thinking of, where if the pointer moves into this region, that do that so I can interact, and when the pointer moves out, do that so I can interact with this again. So basically, be flipping the z-index of the canvas to be in topmost when I want to interact with it, and not when I don't. Looks like I accidentally clicked on that again, didn't I? Off, and then I just forgot to repair that one, and then on or off again. There we go. What about when an inventory item is clicked? Edge cases for when you go there. Yeah, it's just gonna be a problem, isn't it? Try setting the z-index on the playing panels div. Oh, did someone suggest position relative? Yeah, I can try these things, but I don't really know what I'm doing. So playing on this one, right? So you want me to try setting it to what? Oh, setting it higher? Z index. Okay, do I have the sign correct? Okay, that does work, but I think the problem is going to be in where the part where it interacts here, right? Actually, maybe that's what I want. Hold on, maybe you guys are onto something. So leave that in so that, no, leave that off and then pull this one up, you're saying. And can I drop my sword in the world? No, this is the other problem I'm running into. I thought I disabled the, where was it? The context menu, prevent default, right? So that right click would drop the item, but context menu is still working. I think it's because the context menu on the stage is still enabled. Yeah. Although it's weird, I get a different context menu depending on what I click. Yeah, anyway. I need the canvas to go so large anyway because I want this graphic here of the sword is drawn by phaser now instead of being drawn by an image tag. That's the whole point. Is the same phaser drawing tech that's drawing stuff in the world, I want it to draw in inventory slots too. And this is bugging me to the offset. That offset was caused by me doing what exactly? I changed something here. Because I had that correct before. What did I change? I forget what I changed. Let's find that inventory tiles, right? So the position of that, basically the corner here is, I arranged to have that put into the Redux state. So that's showing up for here under stage inventory origin. So that's the client X and Y of that element, which sits right there. And I'm offsetting the drawing of that to account for the that border and then the padding within there. That difference there. And maybe did I accidentally change that math? That was here it was. So that's minus 10 because why? Oh, because the stage itself is offset by 10. So this is a total hack. So why is it correct horizontally, not vertically now? What did I do differently? This was working. I think my best bet is to use phaser to render individual panes rather than the whole window. I thought about that. I could have, this could be one phaser stage, and then this could be a very small phaser stage on it by itself, right? But then the problem is that the like the tile sets have to be loaded. There's two different instances, two different WebGL canvases, so there's redundancy between the resources. But I guess it would be an okay compromise. You'd move playing panels above playing world and DOM, assuming you can still position them correctly, or ditch this canvas hack and use the separate canvas. So yeah, we have 2 votes for using a separate canvas then. Okay. You want to interact with the inventory to be handled by the phaser as well. I could, yeah. That would, I'd be okay with the interaction being all phaser in this area. But the problem is, like, I don't know how to do that. I can turn off pointer events for just this, but it's still going to be caught by the parent div, I think. If you consider moving the DOM element ordering, though, it should work. I mean, like, moving the canvas to be after... Moving this div to be after these other divs? I didn't know the ordering mattered. I could try that, though. I could try that. That's easy to do. So basically move this div to be last. That what you mean by ordering? It's like put it there. See if it makes a difference. Yeah, it's all. I remember today's plan was experiment. Experiment. That's my escape valve. To say if everything goes horribly wrong, I can say, well, it was just an experiment. That didn't seem to work at all. Oh, is that because the default Z ordering is wrong? Which one do I want to play with? This one, because I can see if pointer events are getting through on that one. Find that again. Oh, that's off. Okay, turn it on. Now turn it off. Yeah, I don't think it makes a difference. Hey there too, bud. Take the Z order off. So now they're at the same Z order, but I can't interact with these. Even though I should be able to. They're sitting here, right? Actually, I can't even interact with that guy. Did I mess with any of these Z order things? I don't think I... Let me reload this. How come that's getting turned off? Is it just remembering that I wanted it to be off? Oh no, it was in there. I just commented it out. I remember that now. I did that. So it just knows that I have it commented out. That's what it's doing to me. So they're at the same Z level, but I can't interact with that even though it's listed first. It's probably because this is position absolute and this is not, right? What if I do something crazy like position absolute on that guy? No, it's like still saying that this one should be interacted with, even though it is after. I don't think that order matters. Seems arbitrary though, like they're overlapping each other. Is it just because of the same Z order, the browser says, I can pick whichever one I want? Yeah, that's what I had before. Yeah, it was that way to begin with. So I can put it back. We're just testing to see what happens if I put it last. So now it's first. I don't think it makes a difference because they're at the same Z order, and so what am I trying to say? The browser is saying, well, I can pick whichever one I want events to go to. Whether, which one of these three it goes to, it doesn't care. And the only way to get around that, to make it go to those other panels, is to have them have different Z indexes. But actually, the only reason I can't interact with that is because there's something obscuring it. What if I go to that and lower it? If I go to this one and lower it, then what happens? Now I can't interact with the DOM at all. Wait, why? Oh. It's lowered. Do I need to lower this even more? Hold on. Do I have the sign backwards? Maybe that's the problem. What if I set that to 2? No? Oh, because I have pointer event. Why did I do that? Turn that off. Okay, now I can interact with this button down here. And what if I put it underneath? Now I can't. But I could lift that one back up. No, that doesn't work that way, does it? Yeah, I'm just getting myself confused. And I'm also trying too many different things, like I had that pointer events none in there, and I didn't want that. So what happens if... Oh, that was to try to get the pointer events in there in the first place. Yeah, let's turn those off. Okay, I can't interact with that. But if I turn this back off, or back on, now I can, right? Yes. So z-index is crippling me. What happens if you set the panels to absolute again with which order? Yeah, so I'm trying too many different things too quickly, so it's hard to try other things. Because I'm changing I'm changing the baseline too much. Interesting. By the way, that changes the draw. Of course, that changes the draw order. You know, maybe I'm okay with this. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about it. No, I'm not okay with this. I need to be able to interact with this area of the screen. Okay, you know, one thing I could do is I can make this one start below. So I can just make this position absolute. And then I'd have to set its top, right? Top, it's 608 pixels, right? And then remove the placeholder. So display none, right? Or what is it? It's collapse or something? None? I'm getting there. Oh, but then the thing on the right moved over. Shoot. I guess I can absolute position that one too. It's absolute position everything. And then left. What was it? 400 and something? More. And okay, I had the dimensions wrong. That's 608 or so. How about 612? Something like that. And then this one was 480 something. Oops. Maybe 490. How about 500? Good enough. Okay. And then I should be able to then, there's no other window here, right? How come it won't let me interact? Okay, that kind of works, but why did I have to turn off the z-index? What's underneath there? Oh, the playing div is underneath it. Set everything to absolute positioning. It'd be hard to do RWD with absolute. What's RWD? I'm actually thinking absolute positioning might be okay because the size of this world view is fixed. And I only need the positioning to set the top and left of these other things, right? A responsive web design. The thing is, this size is fixed. It's not going to change. So the responsive parts are the how wide and how tall these other panels are. I mean, you can already see this is broken, right? This chat button should be all the way at the bottom. Is that what you guys are saying? That the flex containers are going to be all broken now because these are absolutely positioned? Well, another thing I could try is I could have the placeholder hidden. What happens if I make the placeholder hidden? Wait a minute. Actually, interestingly, that does this actually drawing into the inventory? Actually, I can't tell. The only way I could tell is if I had that draw background color before. I can't change that now, can I? I can make this not as wide though. That's what I can do. Or I can just change this position. Yeah. That let's just play with this one. Let's move this to the left. Okay, they do overlap nicely. Okay. So that's one possible solution is absolute positioning, but I have to figure out how to do the flex containers. The other one I was going to try is take that placeholder and so take the placeholder window, turn that off for a second, and then take this placeholder window I had in there and then change its, how do you make it, is it visibility? Hidden? There we go. What happens if I do that? I'm still not getting pointer events. Main problem with not using absolute is that the canvas currently goes across the whole window, not just the corner of the map. But I want it to go across in order to, the whole point of the exercise today is to have the canvas draw these graphical elements as well. Right now I'm cheating in that I'll show you what those actually are. Those are actually divs with the background image set. I'll move that over so you can see it. So that's not actually drawn by Phaser, it's drawn by the DOM. And I want to draw it with Phaser because stuff like the fact that the water now has this animation effect, I want that to show up here too. Oh, you're explaining why I'm doing it. Okay, got it. Okay, see ya, Nui. One option is to make the base layer be a CSS grid since you kind of had the canvas chat controls area. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but then, yeah, the canvas needs to cover the whole area, right? Yeah, I was gonna try that next, but I think the problem is that it's only relative z order. So I can try that z index -1. Yeah, it didn't work. Still can't. It's blocking DOM events really, or maybe it's this one too because. Yeah, because it's also on top. And what if I put that underneath? And then its parent too, right? Well, hold on. Gonna place it even lower. I don't think I need that one. But maybe, no, that didn't work. Yeah, it's the z index is relative to its parent. Kind of feeling like absolute positioning is the only thing I can do. So the problem is the problem that I'm using negative numbers? I can change that. So let's place that one at a specific positive number, and we'll place all the other ones higher. And then if I place this one even higher, now it can interact with this, but not this. So it's the same problem. I don't think it said it's a negative number or not. Hmm. Absolute positioning, and then somehow figure out how to make this fill the rest of the height. Well, but I don't think so, because I think since that's the parent div, all of these indices are relative to each other, not the parent, right? But you could be right. All right. Well, not. I'm getting kind of tired of beating my head against the wall. Should just move on. Assuming that I get the positioning all worked out, what would I, and the interaction worked out, what would I do next? I need to figure out why the calculated offset here is wrong. That's what I need to do next, I think. Let's close all these guys and reload that. Okay, I need to have a fudge factor on that canvas. That's what I need. I think I'm just going to budget in the CSS for now. Where was it? All right, right here. There. And does that fix this? So now that's still off. Inventory system, yes. And did I say hi to you, Cthulhu? I don't remember if I did, so I'll do it again. Because you were in chat about an hour ago. I just don't remember if I said hi. Do I have a CS degree? Yeah, but from like 24 years ago. So it might have worn off by now. I had a computer engineering degree, so I did some CS classes, some electrical engineering. You know, like building robots would be a good example of the kind of degree I got. Yeah, I was busy. What do you think about the scrolling water, Cthulhu? Pretty neat, huh? I had this lined up right, and then I did something, and now it's broken. Let's remove all this junk for now. Actually, the user interface is going to be screwed when I do that. Let's just fix the visual layout here. What happens if I just don't do any adjustments here? If I just take that and then add straight, what does it do? It's off in a weird number of pixels. That's the problem. Okay, that's the one I have a ref to. That should be giving me the coordinate of that upper left corner. And then I know that the coordinate system of the phaser will be relative to that point. So, but why is it... It seems to be offset horizontally more than it should be. What was I trying to accomplish? Well, what I've done right now is I've extended the canvas to cover the entire window because I wanted phaser to be drawing this. So phaser is drawing the sword there instead of it being drawn in the DOM. The problem that I was trying to fix, I couldn't fix, is now that phaser is basically on top of the DOM, I can't interact with any DOM elements. See, the buttons don't work anymore. And I can fix that problem and create a different one if I go here and I set the Z index to -1. The index -1. Now I can interact here, but as the GM, I couldn't interact with phaser at all. So it's like I can pick one or the other. Margin padding. See, but the problem is the margin and the padding are the same number of pixels, so it's what is it? It's 10 by 10, right? And up here it's also 10 by 10, so why is it... It looks like it's horizontally shifted more than it should be. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because one of the things in the hierarchy has more horizontal padding? Is it that padding that's involved here? No, it doesn't matter, right? I hacked it. Something is... Index should be 0, so it should be just the X plus half a tile and center it there. But it's off a little bit. Why? I really should pick a tile that I know what its dimensions are. Let's change the tile set for a second. Need to hack this. So I can do this. Go to items. Actually, I'm just going to go to that thing that's in my inventory. And I can click there until I turn that off. Click there. Turn it back on. Item 3326. Fetch. So what tile do I want to make it look like? How about if I make it look like a mountain that covers the whole tile? Actually, I don't know. Pick something else. And it's the closest thing. So tile 8 from tile set 47. 47, 8, update. Refresh, and it should be a mountain. Yay. Okay, it's like I'm accounting for the padding there twice, but the vertical padding more, like 3 times. Why would that be? To delve down to find it again. It's in here. There it is. Okay, let me put this back to where I thought it should have been. I think it should be that. Why is it not that? That's what I want to know. Actually, that's pretty close. Now, oh, this is not 10 anymore, it's 12. Because I offset it another 2. There we go. Okay, so it's fixed. It's the 2x2. So maybe the sword isn't visually centered horizontally, and that's what was confusing me. Ah, I lost this one. This is gonna annoy me, that I have to keep doing this. And I already forgot what it was. It was 33 something, right? My memory isn't so good. Nope, that wasn't it. Turn it off, select my guy, turn it on, and what was it? 3326. Fetch. And then, what's a sword again? A sword is 2363 by 1. 2363 by 1. Yeah, I don't have any code here to, if like the tile of something in your inventory changes, there's nothing that tells you that, so you have to reload. Yeah, I'm wondering if just the tile, no, the tile is centered. Hold on. See, now it's vertically offset again. Weird. Oh, it's always drawn too. Interesting. That's another bug. Hey there, Tim. Already accounting for margin padding? I thought I was. Half the width of the image. It would be useful for admin tool to parse an entity's inventory and display all those entities as well. Yeah, probably. Probably be nice to, yeah, that's something I should probably add. Tim, I'm a little bit frustrated today, but otherwise I'm doing okay. How are you doing? If you guys that don't know, Tim is an awesome streamer here on Twitch, making his own games in his own game engine in C++, called Turtle Brains, right? You get the name right? So maybe try to fix the interaction stuff first, in that case, in case that changes how you have to calculate. Yeah, probably. I was just sort of intrigued to like why it's sometimes offset wrong. So it's almost as if I have to do that. No, it's the other way. 22. Why? No, it's by 5. It's not 10, it's by 5. So 17? Weird. No, it's not. $15? Hold on. It's almost like it's bouncing between two numbers. No. Now it's centered, but is it like sometimes not? Aha! So there's some kind of race in the coordinate calculations. See that? Sometimes I refresh and it's centered, sometimes it's not. Now it always is. 3 or 4 sessions with almost 0 forward progress. Yeah, it's like, look, why is it drawing the sword up there now? I suppose it could be the coordinates are not right. Let's see. So that would be in the stage inventory origin. So that's 420. So let's see what it is the next time we reload. Now what is it? 430. Okay, so it is something to do with that effect hook, I think. I'm using an effect hook in React to fetch that from the DOM. So that was here, use effect. So it just gets the offset left and top of that, which I use a ref to find where it is here. So sometimes it's, I guess sometimes it's done with the layout, and other times it's not done with the layout. You can sometimes see that the buttons and stuff jump right after loading. So if you grab the coordinate before, yeah. So it's some kind of race with the layout. I mean, this whole thing is sort of a hack anyway, right? The fact that I'm trying to mix the phaser with the non-phaser stuff. I mean, the other option would be just don't try to do this at all and have this completely drawn through a separate engine, so to speak. Like a DOM-only engine. It's just that I'll have to deal with all of the tile animation again in the DOM and not be able to do it in phaser. Am I okay with that? Maybe that's what I just end up going with. So basically abandon the whole experiment today and go back to what it was. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to check in the code I have in a different branch. What's that I was seeing? Oh, that's happening when NPCs step on my triggers and they're not players. Yeah, I know that. Okay, so check out, we'll call this phaser DOM experiment. And I had to do that with a B. And then we'll check all that junk in. Yes. Including the backend changes. There we go. So, experiment to try mixing phaser with DOM. This experiment attempted to expand the phaser stage to fill the whole window in order to use phaser to draw player inventory, to draw items in the player's inventory. Problems. Well, the main problem is that pointer events can't, well, it's not that it can't, it's that, do this in third person. The author can't figure out how to get pointer events routed to the right places in a clean manner. And two is that the calculation of the offset of the inventory slots seems to race the DOM layout, causing the offsets to be wrong some of the time. Those are the two main problems, right? I think a custom React animated tile component makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's just I don't like to have that redundancy, right? So the stuff I did yesterday to animate these guys, like this guy moving his sword and this water scrolling, I'll have to redo that in React using timers and stuff like that. It did work with absolute positioning, but it felt sort of like a hack. And I would have trouble with the fact that these are flex containers, and if they're absolute positioning, the flex breaks. The flex box breaks. Yeah, I'd have to use, exactly, a Dorfhaus. I'd have to use some kind of CSS or JavaScript calculation of widths and heights rather than flexbox. Yeah, anyway, let's check that in, and then I will revert back to where we were. Let's push that to master. Origin. I don't like that I have to say the name of the branch again. I wish that was sort of built in to get checkout master. And then like magic, it all works again, right? So now this is drawn by the DOM now. I'll show you what it was. Before the experiment, this is actually a div with a background image pulling from the same tile set and using this hack with, or this trick, I don't know if you call it a hack or a trick, where there's a position X, position repeat, no repeat, and then width and height. So we're like getting a subset of the tile set. The tile set, of course, looks like this. So we're only grabbing the sword part and not the gold or the chicken when we draw that. Yeah, so the stuff I'm going to have to repeat for the DOM is the scroll effect, like the water is scrolling, and then for the NPCs, the having multiple frames with the frame times. So animating that stuff. All right. So how much time do I have left today? Like a half an hour? Say experiment complete, and results are that we don't know how to employ what we've learned yet. So we're going to back up. So going off the track now. Usually push branches with git push-u without specifying either a remote or the branch. What does that do? Let's make a new checkout. Be test one. So you're saying I can do git push u. See, it doesn't know what remote to use. You might be using something in your git settings, or what is it, git config, where it defaults to origin or something. It's funny how it says, you should just type that. I'm like, yeah, could you type it for me, computer? Git branch delete test one. The graphic I showed you of the character, couldn't that fit right under the movement keys? Let's see, what are you talking about? Here are the movement keys. Oh, the graphic I was showing you? Yeah, I was talking with Cthulhu offline in Discord, and for equipment slots, like to show a ragdoll figure, and let me pull that up from my Discord and I'll show it on screen. Just that image. Where did I put that? There it was. Open original. Yeah, so this is what I had made for a precursor game. So I am thinking of taking that, and I guess we'd scale this down. Can I zoom out? I do that. There we go. Just to give you an idea of what it might look like. The idea is to take that and put it here somewhere. So yeah, I can work on that next, I guess. So establish player equipment slots, and I want to be able to drag. Actually, maybe that's what I can work on first. I'd like to be able to click and drag an item from one slot to another. And then the idea is eventually we'll have a ragdoll equipment thing, so you can equip by double-clicking or dragging to an equipment slot, something like that. Okay, see you, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, can't find the any key? Didn't you have a keycap for any, Chris? Depends on the branch already having an upstream branch. You set up Git to do that automatically. See, it's that automatic part. You probably have something in your Git config or hooks or something to do that, right? You have a panic key? I like that. Is it red? You should have a button that's red that says do not push. Okay, let's try to figure out clicking and dragging. I actually don't know how to do that. That'll be fun to look up. So HTML drag and drop. Can I do this with HTML? Drag events, okay. Don't know anything about it. Okay, so we can get an event handler on drag. So what I'm thinking is when we start dragging, we'll make an absolute position DOM element on top to represent the item, so that it'll look like we're moving the item, or a copy of the item. And then when we release, it would send a message to the server saying, please move my sword to slot number 2. Could use the keyboard to move. You mean to move inventory slots? Yeah, right now there are keyboard shortcuts, so I can move around the game with the arrow keys or WASD. So it could, yeah. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. We can move with the keyboard. Because that's the way I like to play games myself, is keyboard for movement and then the mouse for any kind of other complex interaction. Like, we don't have much in my game yet, but like, for like, if I wanted to move my sword to another inventory slot, that's complicated enough that I'd want the mouse to do that. And the keyboard is for simple things like, you know, move up, move down, move left, that kind of thing. The auto thing is set up by doing git config global branch auto setup merge. There we go. I like learning stuff like that, so I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to put it in my notebook, and I'm going to give you a point. There you go. So the way points work is in the real game. Eventually, there will be stuff you can do in the game, and if you have an account in my game and you have linked it to Twitch through the built-in API looks like this, where I didn't know I had it linked. Unlink. You can have it get you a code, and if you copy that and paste it into Twitch chat while my Twitch bot is running, it will say, okay, that's that character, and then it'll link them. And it'll show up in your profile like it did for me before, and you'll be able to redeem them at some point. React Beautiful D&D. I think, didn't you give me that link before, Chris? That sounds really familiar, like I was going to look into that and I probably didn't get a chance. Let me search. Okay, but maybe it was under a different thing. Maybe it was here. Aha. It was Liquidor. Yeah, so you and Liquidor both have recommended that I do that. Should I just look at that now? Let's take a look. Although I do like writing stuff from scratch. Close some of these old windows here. Okay. I actually like to look at stuff through the NPM page. Does this have one? This is actually a nice README, isn't it? Not for everyone. Oh, are these different then? So maybe the one Liquidor was talking about was the other one. Oh, okay, yeah, they're different. So there's both React D&D and React Beautiful D&D. Which one sounds better to you? The not beautiful or the beautiful? To me, beautiful sounds better. Hey there, eMadden. How's it going? We had a failed experiment today, but otherwise I'm doing okay. I see failure as the only way to improve, so I'm okay failing. Starting to take shape? Well, thank you. Check it out. I have a little bit of animation. See the tiger? It's kind of hard to see, but the tiger is chomping at the bit there to eat you. And the water has a nice little scroll effect now. And I was trying to get this inventory slot system to be drawn with the phaser library, but I failed miserably. So I'm going back to having this drawn by the React DOM and looking into drag and drop. I want to see if I can drag inventory items around. Will the wizard staff be flipping around? When we could do that. Actually, I did have a second tile of animation for that wizard, but it wasn't twirling it around. It was raising it and having a magic aura come off of it. But I didn't get to that yesterday. Actually, I was in a different window, wasn't it? This one. Why would we not want to use it? Higher level abstraction specifically built for lists. So maybe I do want the this one instead. It's nice of them that they say you might want this one instead. Okay, not as nice of a README, but maybe that's because they want you to go to their site. Huh, okay. Why would I need that? New hotness. Why would I need both? The second package will allow HTML5 drag and drop API under the hood. You had some kind of issues with this one? You needed a list? Yeah, it looked like the other one was for a list specifically. But for me, what is it? It is these inventory slots, item slots. These are, what are these? They're divs. They're divs that are sitting under a flex container. So it's not exactly a list. Okay, I need to use the restroom, and I'll come back and I'll be looking at this, trying to see if I can use it. I'll be right back. I am back. HTML5 drag and drop is not reliable. That's why they mentioned touch move. Oh, this thing? Basically, if you need mobile, tablet, or IE11, you can't use HTML drag and drop. Well, I'm okay right now without mobile or tablet or IE11. I want to get something working. If I need to get, once I need to get mobile working, that's a separate problem, and I would just need to change this bit of it, right? Let's see, what does it look like? So, that's nice. It looks like it's a hook. So you get a drag reference, and what is that? And there's a lot, this is pretty dense. I don't understand it. Non-goals. It's lower level than jQuery or Interact, which I don't know. Doesn't plan to provide a sort of... That's okay. Why would I care about what's sortable? I don't know. Okay. Tutorial? That's a T word! Okay. Okay. Let me just... I don't want to do the whole tutorial. Let me just skip through this. Okay, I understand the night is just a span. Got it. Render the night. Got it. Okay. And then put them in a black square. Okay. This is all just a setup for it. Okay. Where do we get to the drag and drop stuff? I'm impatient. Okay. Right. Store the position. Got it. It's a lot of setup on this. And here we go. Here's what I was looking for. This is the part that actually prompted me to write this tutorial. Just bite the bullet and do that while I'm reading. npm install React drag and drop and React drag and drop HTML5 backend. I'll let that run for a while. It's got to do its thinking, you know? Computers, they're slow. I think save is default now. Pretty sure. npm commands. CLI. Install. That's weird. Why isn't... Okay, here it is. Yeah. This is the default, is save prod. So, yeah, what's dash s save without the prod dev or optional? Oh, so Yarn did that and npm was forced to adapt to it? I guess this dash dash save is now dash dash save prod and that's the default. Yep. Just double checking. That's already done. Okay, I need to speed up my reading here. Need a D&D provider. This should be mounted near the top. Okay. Okay, so this is just boilerplate stuff. So let's put it in the boilerplate, shall we? That is at the very top. I got boilerplate stuff. Import. Okay, why type it when I can just copy paste it, right? So let's just do that. I don't like the single quote style. I like the double quote style. And I like semicolons at the end. Because, you know, I'm from a C++ background and not having semicolons is very uncomfortable to me. All right, and then I want one of these around everything, right? And so, there we go. Done. See if that broke anything. Didn't break anything. So far so good. Is it bad that you have 666 gigabytes free on one of your devices? It sounds evil, but no, I don't think it's bad. It's a very strange, coincidental number to have. I should probably turn on Dock Reader for this because it's blinding me. Yay, better. Does this matter? Okay, here's the crux of it, right? There's a hook. It accepts a specific object. In this object, item type is set to the constant we used. So now we need to write a collecting function. It's a specification object. I get that. The type is required and specifies the type of the item. Okay. We could attach extra information here to identify the kind of thing dragged. So I can put whatever I want, right? Collect is a collector function. Actually, they don't say how you would attach the extra information. I'm guessing it's through other keys of this specification object. Collect is a collector function. Basically a way to transform state from the drag and drop system into usable props for the component. So the result array is, I guess, this thing. The props is the first item, contains the properties you collected. Okay, so anything, any key here goes here. Okay, got it. The second item is a ref function. This is used to attach your DOM elements to React Indie, so I guess it's a ref. Yeah, we assign it to a ref. Okay. Okay, cool. I can do that. So let's try it out. I go to character panel. Let's bookmark this spot in the code. And actually, technically it's not here. It's inventory slot, right? Click. Can I go to that? There we go. Let's remember that spot, and then they want me to pull in use drag, okay? Why type it when I can copy it? And then fix up the quotes, and then put a semicolon at the end. Okay, and where do I feel comfortable most putting it? I guess right here. And I am doing my props. I don't know yet. Foobar and drag. Let's make it specific. Drag item. And then let's use drag, and it wants a specification object which has item and collect, which wants me to return, what did he call it? Result array. No, not result array. State. It's what it's just called, state, I guess, and is dragging. Okay. Why the double negative? I don't know. That implies it's a Boolean. Why do they want me to make sure it's a Boolean? I don't know. Maybe it's just a JavaScript convention. Okay, and then put the ref on it. And what do I want to put in the item? It needs a type, I guess. Foobar. In quotes. Because that's how we roll. Because ultimately it's just a string, right? Yeah. So it's going to be foobar. And the ref on it. Okay, that's so... Remember that spot. Go back to here. It's this thing I want to be able to drag. So... Oh no, wait a minute. One of these... It is this one. So this gets the ref. Oh, you know what? There's going to be an array of these too. Like, that's going to be a problem, right? What happens if I have this multiple things to drag? I guess I have to put it into its own component. So maybe that's what I should just do now. Let's copy paste this and call this an draggable item. Draggable item. I don't know what we need yet, so drop everything. Actually, let's drop everything and go minimum boilerplate is just nothing at all. And then this is a draggable item. We don't need any of this stuff. We don't need CSS. We don't need anything. I want drag though, right? No class names, React, but no state hook. And this should just do this part right here. So actually, this is what I want. This content's here. That's what I want. Return that, right? Oh, no. It will, our return was already in there. Hey there, Liquidor. Oh, wow. What happened to my Yada? All the colors got turned to white. How are you doing, Liquidor? Hey, Liquidor, I'm actually trying out the React D&D that you told me about a while ago. Have I tried TypeScript? Yeah, about a year ago when I was trying to learn Angular. I had to reload my Twitch viewer. Oh, I know why. Because I switched to dark viewer mode. That's why. Let me fix that. I don't want dark viewer everywhere. Can I have dark viewer just on this page only? No, I'll just have to live with it. Yeah, D&D. Yeah, I used TypeScript a bit, but I wasn't really comfortable with JavaScript at the time. And so I said to myself, I'll just learn JavaScript. I'll do TypeScript later. And later hasn't arrived yet. One of these days I'll get into TypeScript. Okay, so this needs what props? Oh, it needs the drag hook that I was crafting up here. So we're just going to take it out and paste it here. And what do I need now? I need this slot. And there was something else I needed. Where was it? Index. What do I need index for? Oh, for the key? And for this, and I needed a prop too. Okay, so I need index, and I need this on drop inventory item hook, or prop. Is that it? So then this can just be where this inventory slot is now, just pull in that component. So I don't need this. We're going to import draggable item from draggable item. And that's going to take over what I had for this inventory slot. So that's just this. It's easier to do it this way, right? And then slot equals slot, index equals index, and then what other props does it need? Actually, that is connected to Redux, right? So I just need to pull that this way. It's just index and slot then that I need from here. Okay, we're going to drop this whole thing. And drop that. Are we good now? Oh, okay. Tile size was not needed here, but it's needed here. Let's see if I completely broke it. I probably did. Tile set assets not defined. Okay. Yeah, that needs to be a prop as well. Don't need this one anymore. Okay. What else? Drag is not defined. Thought I did that. Drag is not defined where? On line 42. Okay. Oh, it's drag item. There we go. Actions is not defined. That's true. I removed that line. Let's put it back. There we go. Cool. Now can I drag it? Ooh. The cursor's in my way. I'd like to get rid of that cursor somehow. Hey, but that's cool. I can sort of drag it now. Isn't that neat? And drag that div around. I can maybe even drag it into the world. All right. I guess I'll continue on the tutorial here. Okay, I went too far down, I think. Is this it? Oh, I think I was skipping down looking for something. Okay, now I did that part. I was looking at that and I got that in there. Oh, they did this thing where they changed the opacity if it's dragging. That would be cool to test out, so let's do that. They did it with style. I'd rather do it with class names. So let's do the class names approach. I haven't really figured out what convention I want to follow for the ordering of that thing. Not alphabetical, but, or maybe alphabetical. I like React to go first. Yeah, I haven't figured it out yet. Class names. Something like that. Tile set asset is also a function call. Was it? It was. You can pass functions as props, right? Oh yeah, or you're just saying I missed it before. I got it. Yeah, I should give you a point for noticing that. You got a question about the SSH? What's your question, Liquidor? All right. Pulling this in, I wanted to paste it. Which one here? What do we call it? Call it item dragging. Item being dragged. And that will be controlled by is dragging. Okay. So let's make that style. Oh, this doesn't have a style sheet. Let's give it one. Draggable item. Item being dragged. And they wanted they were playing around with opacity, right? Opacity 0.5, sure. So now not defined. What did I do wrong? You want to set up keys so you don't have to use passwords when you're home, but still allow password login when you're out. It's always either or. I thought it would fall back to password if it couldn't find a matching key. So that's not working? Yeah, the way I remember it working, like I haven't set this up in a while, but that it would try to find a key. If it couldn't find a key, it would fall back to password. Fallback is not safe. That's why it doesn't fall back. Oh, I might be remembering something from the past. Then my knowledge is out of date. Zuckerberg Mark probably knows better. Is dragging. Oh, we're collecting that instead of foobar, right? There we go. So now when I drag it, it didn't work. Let me see why. Is it actually getting the style and I didn't do it right? Let's see. So if I... let's dock that to the right. And make it so I can see it. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's just the style is wrong. Oh, I probably forgot to import it. Ah, yeah. Forgot to import the thing. Like this. Where do I usually do it? Right after actions. So there, and that's draggable item CSS. There we go. So it's sort of grayed out if it's being dragged. There we go. So, okay, you're saying to run 2 daemons for SSHD. I see. You really have to do that, though? Huh. Okay. Okay. While we're talking about SSH, I'm going to continue my little tutorial, if you guys don't mind. How much time do I have? Oh, only a few minutes. Let's see if I can make it through this tutorial. Make the squares droppable. Yes. I need to make them drop targets, I'm sure. We can't avoid passing the position to the square. Okay, this seems like it's... I don't care. Okay, now let's wrap it with the use drop hook. So I was using a use drag, now I'm going to have a use drop. Right? Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. Let's just have it do a console log for now. So const, I didn't know you could do the comma. Alright. So that's like ignoring the first argument. And the specification is accept foobar. Drop console.log. What do we want to say? What's x and y? That's its own coordinates. Okay, so let's just have, say, dropped. And let's see if that works. What did he use drop for? When do I use it? Do I even need to use it? Oh no, I need to put it on. It needs to be a ref. Wait a minute. I already have a ref. Can I have 2 refs? Or can I use the same ref? Well, let's see what happens if I use the same ref. I don't think that actually works. You would have imagined you would have to use drop on the inventory slot versus the draggable item. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, okay. So we'll call this drop item. I really should make this name say ref in it, right? And this one too. And then so put the ref on this one. There we go. You guys are probably right. Oh, I think that's gonna work. Dropped. Not dropped. Dropped. Excellent. Hey there, makings of a hero. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Raid! I'm working on, well, I was previously trying to get the engine I use, which is Phaser, to draw the graphics for inventory items in my game's inventory. But that didn't work, so now I did a backpedal a little bit and decided for the rest of the time I'm streaming today, I'm trying to do drag and drop of items in the inventory. So I got the mechanism working enough to know we are dragging something. The cursor's in the way. I'll fix that in a minute. But we can drag and drop in another inventory slot, and we get a notification. So I'm getting there. The last part of this would be when it is dropped, we want to send a command to the game saying, we want to move the item from slot 1 to slot 2. And the game will do that and give us the feedback that the item is moved. You reworked things and didn't get to anything new today. Productivity without feeling productive. I was kind of like that too. My entire plan was to overlap the phaser stage here with the rest of the DOM to try to get the phaser to draw the sword, but it didn't work. Ran into all sorts of problems, so that I feel unproductive. But I tend to think that trying an experiment like this and having it fail is not a waste of time because I learned stuff from it. Could add the index to the console log? Yeah, I'm sure it's working. We can do that. It knows its index, right? So we can just say in the drop here, dropped onto slot. Let's turn this into a backtick and index. In fact, we can even, I'll do the source in a second. We'll need to know that information anyway, right? So there we go. Dropped onto slot 1, onto slot 2. What if we drop it onto ourselves? Okay. So let's get the source in there now. The way I understood it is you can get the information in the, there's like a parameter here, right? You tried, what is that word? Nav meshing. Nav meshing a whole month before you decided you weren't going to gain anything from it. Yeah, but you probably learned a lot from the nav meshing, even if you didn't use it, right? You can use event listener states on the target, so you can color the target component for different states, such as can't drop here, not accepted. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if I need all that stuff. I think what I'm just going to do is this will show visual cues that you're going to drop it there, and then we'll let the server say, well, no, you can't do that. I want to keep the client pretty dumb. The client, you should be able to request something like drop it here, and the game server will say, well, no, there's something already there, so you can't drop it there. Okay, but I want the source. That the tutorial I'm following probably tells me how to do that. Right? In the drop. Okay, there's an is over, which I can use if I want to change the style and stuff. I don't care about that. Really what I care about is the drop, right? So does the drop get any other arguments? That's what I care about. Still don't understand why you have use drop on the item instead of the slot. No, drop is on the slot. That's the slot, and then the item has the drag. So no, it's what you were saying. We drag the item, we drop onto the slot. It might be a little confusing because they're both divs, and it's maybe hard to read, but I think we're good. So it's like their board square is the equivalent of my outer div, and then their knight is the inner div. Yeah, they did the same thing here, outer, inner. So how do I know what was dropped? That's the thing, right? Is it this item? The naming is confusing? Probably. Probably. Okay. Let's look at use drop. It probably tells me what it gets. Accept. Right, that's the item type that we accept. Yeah, it's do we accept it or not, right? Okay, there is an item. Okay, so I can say item. And I guess we're putting, yeah, we can collect stuff. So I can collect the item here, right? We're gonna just do that. And just, it gets it from its own capture closure, right? And then we'll say dropped item from slot item dot index. I guess we'll call that, we should really call it, item is confusing because it's really, I can actually use whatever name I want, right? Source slot. If I wanted to. Let's see if that works. Undefined. Okay, it's not defined. I thought it would be, simply because it's there, but maybe I'm wrong. Hey there, Sizzling Melon. I like your name. Accept prop is your filter. Accept prop. Yeah, that's the filter. Yeah, I'm guessing that that's the thing that was dropped. Is this C#? No, this is JavaScript with React hooks. So React is a framework made by. Do I have a command for this? Yeah. So it's a framework made by Google for making JavaScript apps, and I'm using it to make the front end of my game, where this part, the panel on the right here and on the bottom, is drawn in the browser using React framework. And what I'm working on right now is that you can pick up this sword and drop it into another slot. And each of those slots is represented by one of these draggable item components. And it's actually two things embedded one within the other. There's the item, and then there's the slot that it's in. The item is the thing we can drag, and the slot is what we can drop it into. And one modern part of the React framework, it's called hooks, where you can call these functions that the framework will allow you to do lots of different things. Like some hooks are used to just run to do calculations or call functions every time the page renders. Other hooks like this one are setting up like what to do when you drag and drop. So this is what to do when we start dragging, and this is what to do when we're dropping. Essentially, I mean, it's more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. So when we start dragging the item, we wanted to collect like what is the slot it came from, and I'm trying to figure out when we drop it. We know what slot it's going to because that's just built into what we're dropping it onto. But then I wanted to get the original index from what we're dragging over to where we're dropping it through this. I thought putting it there would end up there, but it's not working. You know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a debugger to look at source slot and see what's available there. So take that and drop it, and then we get here into the debugger, and let me undock it, and we can look and see what does source slot have. It just has a type. Okay. So I need to somehow get it into the object. Dock it to the right, and we'll figure out how to do that. I wonder if it has to do with this. So would it be just index here? And I don't need to do collect. I'm mostly guessing, but a lot of times you can guess because if a library is written well enough and it's intuitive, you can just figure things out like that. Yep, there it is. There's the index. So we don't need the debugger anymore. Let's restart this. And we'll go to console. And if I drag from here to here, from slot 0 to 2, and if I drag here to here? 3 to 1. Okay, there we go. So I have generic drag drop. So there are a few other things I can do, like I can have it not drag if there's no item there. And they talked about the accept being a function, right? So I can say Or is it, that's for drop. What about for drag? How do I make it conditionally not drag? Would that be in use drag, I guess? Collector function. Oh, source and preview, okay. That's the array that we get from the drag. They say function, but it's through a ref. Okay, I guess the ref is the conduit where the function is set up. Okay. Can drag, here we go. Use it to specify whether dragging is currently allowed. So I put that in the specification. Can drag is, it gets a monitor and we just return whether or not it can be dragged. So I'll keep it simple. It has to have a tile in it. So slot.tile, not dot. That should work. So I should be able to drag that one, but not here. Oh, tile is null. Slot is null. Why is slot null? Oh. There's no slot at all if there's no item. Draggable slot. Oh, right, because the inventory, it could be null. That's right. Okay, so it's slot and not slot tile. Retry. So I can drag that, but I can't drag out of these empty slots. That's perfect. And I want to disable, or you know what I want to do is I want to move the cursor. The cursor's getting in the way of seeing the item. Do I care about that? I'd rather just hide the cursor. Would that be under frequently asked questions? Or can I be good? Precompiled. What's a drag preview movement? Maybe I'll read about this later. Let's get the core functionality done. So instead of console logging, we're going to send a command to the game. Axis. Axis, huh? Would that be on use drag? No. Where would I find this? Don't know. React D&D axis. Axis, like only allowed to, oh no, that's not what I mean. I just want, are you talking about the constraint? I guess that's not it then. I just want to hide the cursor that's drawn on top of the item while I'm dragging it around. Because it doesn't really help. Called something else? Oh. I'll figure it out later. You're talking about the constraint. Yeah, I got it. Oh yeah, I don't want it to show the cursor. I just wanted to see the item, like make the item like just the item itself could be the cursor. But I'll figure that out later. So we'll leave that console log in there for now. But I want to dispatch something to the game, so it'll be on. We'll just keep it simple. Really, it's on move inventory item. We'll take the source slot index and the index. And that is a prop that we get from Redux. From to dispatch actions move inventory item from to. So make that a Redux action. 15 minutes overtime, but I'm having fun now, so I don't want to stop. And Wednesday is the day I don't have to go anywhere, so move inventory item. Move inventory item. And then that, I want the middleware to catch that, so that is a game interaction. Right, just like drop inventory item, so this is move. Move inventory item. Let me put that here. Action, it has from and to, right? And then we want dispatch. Because we're going to tell the game something, just like the drop inventory item. Do I need that guard in there? I don't think I do. I can just do this. Move inventory item. Let's just, can I not use the word from and to? Are those reserved words? It seems to be coloring it different. I'm wondering if it's a reserved word. Let's not use reserved words here. Let's say from and to index. Or slot index. There we go. We'll just put slot index in front of everything. What did the drop take? Item. Item. Okay, well let me make it consistent. From to item. All right. Don't stop, can't stop. Exactly. All right. So let's see, what did I do wrong? From item is not defined. That is correct. This should be item. And I need to change it here too. There we go. Did that say slot index before? Oh, it did. Let's let me change the ones coming into slot index. Oh, from item. That's not good. From slot index to slot index, and then we just need to rename them here when we form the body of the message that we're sending. Okay. Got to plan that 24-hour stream on Wednesday? That's true. If I did a 24-hour stream, it probably would be on Wednesday. And my family would not like it that I can't interact with them in the evening. Okay, so that should have sent a message to the game, and the game will be like, I don't know. There we go. Unrecognized move inventory item. So that's something we got to do in the back end. So we'll do a little bit of that today, since I haven't done any C++ today. Be like flexing those C++ muscles, right? So in the back end of the game, why are all these open? I don't know. Tests for the ECS are where? Test source ECS test. ECS test what I want? Or is it coordinator test ECS? I think this is it. So it was like drop. Yeah, here we go. So next to the drop inventory item, we'll have a move inventory item. Move inventory item. So the test sets up, we have a test user, we have a sword, we have the player holding the sword in the second slot. And okay, this put the player in the world. I don't think I need that. Player doesn't actually need to be in the world. Player logs in. They say, please move an item from 1 to 2, let's say. And then we expect the game to form a command to be executed by the cluster to, not to create a position component. We don't want that. We want to modify the player component exactly to shift the inventory around to put the sword, what did I call it? Sword entity in the 3rd slot and not the 2nd. There we go. There's a test. All right, so run the test, it'll fail. It should fail in the correct way, saying that it didn't actually do any, it didn't add an entry to the journal. And so now we'll modify that. So it's a new message type. So messages come into the backend server through a dispatching table here. So here's the drop inventory item. So we'll add another one for move in alphabetical order, because that's how we roll. Move inventory item. So the way this macro works is it expands into 2 functions: a pre-command check and a make command. By gluing the name with the word check and make command. So if I look for check, I'll find it there, and then I can just take drop inventory item as a starting point, and then make a copy for move inventory item. And these have to be declared using another macro right here. Move inventory item. Okay, so move inventory item. Can't call it when you're not logged in. If you're logged in, you have to exist. You have to have a player entity. We don't need to have a position in the world. So this will be, why does I say items index? Oh, I index into the item. So this is the index items from index. And we should just get both of them. Items to index. So this gets the array of items. And why is this not tall enough? Stop that. There we go. This gets the array of item entity references, and we need to make sure that the index is in range, both the source and the destination index. So the from and the to have to, if either one is out of range, don't do anything. So this will be getting the item from, and then clearing where it was from, and then we should also return if there's another item in that destination slot, right? So let's say if int items to index is greater than 0, return nothing. And I guess we can just store it there, right? Items to index equals items from index. And if there's nothing there, it just no op, right? So I don't actually need to do that one. I just need to do that. And that we don't need to do. Actually, maybe I should do that. Yes, let's combine it here. If there's nothing to move, or there's something in the way, and I'll have to change this later to implement like item stacking. So if you have a stackable item like gold pieces, and you have like 10 in one slot and 20 in another slot, it should let you stack them by dragging one on top of the other. And this is the code where I would modify it. I would say, well, if they're the same type and the stack isn't full, then fill it, and you'd either move some of the item to partially, to fill it, or you'd move all of it, right? So this is just transferring right now, and I don't need an item position. I don't need that. We're not creating the component at all. We're just modifying the player's items. There we go. Done. So then we see if the test passes. Test passes, so we're gonna restart this cluster. So going to the admin view of the game and snapshot, stop and restart the cluster. And then as soon as it comes back up, this takes 20 seconds because it's not an optimized build. So I give it a lot of time to synchronize the cluster when it starts up. When it synchronizes, then I should be able to drag and drop items around, and I will be done for the day. I have to think about what I'm going to do tomorrow. Maybe work on what Cthulhu wants me to do, which is actually designating inventory slots for equipment, and then having items have fields like type, and like for certain types of items like weapons, they would have characteristics like how much damage they do, chance to hit, that kind of thing. Okay, this timed up, but it didn't take over the cluster. I wonder why not. Okay, 12 took over. Okay, we're good. As long as one of the servers takes leadership, then we're good. Hey, this glitch again. I remember this. I think that's just the way I load my tile sets. There's some glitch in that. It only happens when you restart the game. Okay. Question is, can I move this around now? Ooh, it worked. Can I drop it onto itself? Actually, I would have thought that would have been a bug, actually. Because if they're the same, won't this like clear the item away? Oh no, because this will be true and so it won't do anything. Yeah. Okay, so we're good now. Only because we only transfer items, we can't stack them. If I allow stacking, I'll have to change the code again. Okay, so I can remove the debug, the console log from this, right? And then we're done. Look at that. I can move my items around now. Isn't that cool? And I can drop them into the world and pick it up again and put it in some other slot. Nice. Let's check that in. All right. Right, we added the drag and drop stuff. Git GUI doesn't like the line ending conventions that npm follows. Right, okay. So add ability to drag and drop items in player's inventory. There we go. Felt like I felt like I wasn't going to accomplish anything today, but I did. That's good. So I guess tomorrow what I'll continue on is continue evolving this system, so we'll have to start to assign attributes to items. Probably add some other items to the game so that some items work as weapons and others don't. And the items that work as weapons would have different parameters, like whether it's ranged or melee, how much damage it does, chance to hit, that kind of thing. Actually, maybe we won't do all of that tomorrow. Some things only make sense if they're matching game systems, right? Like right now, the NPC has no hit points. He just either exists or he doesn't exist. So there's no point in making weapons deal any number of points of damage. So I'd have to build the systems up in parallel. So I'd maybe have to I'd have to add hit points for NPCs, which maybe means I'd want to also draw a health bar over them. And then once I do that, then maybe different weapons would be more or less effective. And when I do that, I'm probably going to want... How do I hide this thing? I'm probably going to want to have like a mouse over, or if you click or if you mouse over this, it should show you like information about the item. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should there be a pop-up when you mouse over an item? Or should it be that you have to click it and maybe it pops up below or something like that? I'm thinking a pop-up when you mouse over. And maybe the pop-up goes away when you start dragging, but shows up as long as you have your mouse over the item. Something like that. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific. In the meantime, there's a Discord if you want to chat offline, or if you have any questions, or you want to see the plan for the next stream. I usually put that in there like 15-20 minutes before I stream. I'm getting confused by the dark mode setting that I put on this other window, so let me turn that off. Dark mode off. We'll just hide that so you don't get blinded. I'm gonna see who's streaming right now. We'll go raid somebody. Oh, Tim was in here before. I haven't raided him in a while. Cool. So he is playing some racing games for research because he is developing his own racing games. He likes to play other racing games to get ideas for his own games. So he's doing more of that today. So we're gonna raid Tim. And my chat window just died. Okay, the only thing I missed was Playing with Skizzers saying bye. So bye, Playing with Skizzers. I'm gonna raid Tim. He was in here before. He is making his own racing games, his own game engine in C++. He's an awesome guy, so we'll go say hi to him. Okay, I'm hitting the button. Are we ready? I closed the window before. All right, I got the window back. The bottle in my way. Okay, there we go. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have an awesome day. Say hi to Tim, and see you later. Bye.